Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Dominican Republic investors will rejoice. Will you rejoice in the future? We got a lot to talk about. New tourist records, cruise, air. That's a good sign. And we're gonna delve into it a little bit more. That's what we do here as investors. And don't worry, stock market still inching up, crypto inching up. Everything is ready for the rate cuts coming. What, a week or two from now? Less than 2 weeks, I believe. But nonetheless, you have to be prepared to take advantage. You have 1 year. That's right, to get your ducks in a row for great success. And I have other news that I got to share that I'm excited about because I knew this was coming, but it came sooner than later. And welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Stop struggling now, gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get all right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, thank you so much for being here. Looks like we have a little problem going on in the background, but it's okay because we still make things happen here in the chat room. We're going to be talking about the Dominican Republic records, of course. So here it is, 10.2 million tourists, ladies and gentlemen. I put a link below in the chat room. Also, all live streams for the next year are going to start off most of the time, as long as I can remember, findhelp.org. American citizens, you have a zip code, check your zip code that has potentially thousands of places that can help you and your loved ones or your family members and friends. A lot of people don't know that there are great resources available to the American people because USA does not like to tell its citizens about it. They like to keep it a little hush hush so they can divide amongst who they want to give these funds and situations to. Just saying. Do you know where you live? All right, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. You know I put it in the chat room, Dominican Republic today, so of course I have to bring it up. Also, you guys want those grants, you want to find out other things, you can always go to Let's Go Help, Lesko help, HELP.com. Yes, you do have to sign up, but if you want grants and other information to help you, then yes, there is a membership. This is Matthew Lesko, the man that came on here about 11 months ago and told us about findhelp.org. Unbelievable. So, got to show some love for him. Now, let's get into it. I'm about to show you. We can talk about this. I want to know if you guys are investors in the DR or thinking about it. Either way, let me know what your take is on this information. I'm going to put it on the screen, so you guys will be able to see it. I'm making a video also. There's going to be a video out tomorrow. I've already made it, but it'll be out tomorrow talking about exactly or similar things that we're talking about today. Since it's already in the can, there's no question and answer series. So tomorrow I'll be releasing it also. But tonight we're going to talk about it sooner than later because some of you are going to be available right now. After a sterling Cyber Monday has a new record as predicted, a new record sales. That is not hard to figure out. I had to explain to some people earlier today. I said, this is nothing more than if you thought 2022 Year over year to 2023, inflation was higher. 2023 to 2024, inflation is higher. And on top of the 2023, 2024, and now 2025 inflation is higher. That means the cost of goods and services has increased. So I need less people to buy to still break the record. You guys getting it? It's that simple. No more, no less, just like movies. When they say this movie had all-time record high in revenue, and I'm just like, yeah, but 20 years ago, ticket prices were $4 or $5. Now they're $8, $9, $10 per ticket. So we're talking about 2 to 3 times as much. So therefore, it takes less people to break the records from 20 years ago, if they were 20 years ago. But each year inflation increases, it takes less people. So you really don't know how it stands. So it's nice to say broke the record, but we knew it would. That's how just like I know the Christmas record will be broken as well. Just so you guys understand. Here it is on the screen. Let's go talk about it. Here's Dominican Republic information investors. David Collado, Collado, Collado. He's standing in front of this 10,284,251 for everybody on podcast. This will be a short video tonight, but I just want to let you guys know we got to talk because they did something this month that I have never seen. And this other information actually does matter. So some of you would say, what are you talking about, Eric? I heard records. I'm happy. You should be. But here's the thing. Let's just start with this marker. Air arrivals for January 1st through November 30th. 11 months, ladies and gentlemen. And we have reached 7,884,421 passengers by air. Come on. Are you out here raising the roof? Are you happy? Are you an investor? Are you a business owner? Does this make you happy? Because if you're on the island, you will know how effective this has been, this additional air passengers and cruise passengers. If there is any difference that is noticeable, keep in mind it was 7,100,000 and I believe 68,000 January through October 31st. So now that we're at 7, I'll round up to 7.9. It's 7.88, but 7.9, that's an additional 800,000 people. So it broke the record year over year. It breaks the record for the first 10, now 11 months. We're at 7.8. The record is 8.5 from last year. Last year, just so you understand, there was roughly 800 and some odd thousand people that came in the month of December. It is not far-fetched that DR can do 1 million for the month of December. That's not far-fetched. And quite frankly, I will say they are going to do 1 million. So instead of 7.8, they're going to be at 8.9, up 400,000 from last year. 35,000 roughly, or 34,000 per month, up 34,000 per month. You divide that by 4, we're going to be, I'll round up to 9,000 passengers by air every week. So let me know if you guys think this is a good thing. Now, let's get back to the situation at hand, because after I tell you it's 7.8 and the growth is 3% over 2014, I don't know why they talk about 11 years ago. 3% over 2014. I got to tell you right now, I would not be impressed. The reason I say this is because they had at least 100,000 less hotel rooms and short-term rentals. That's why I'm not impressed by that number. They're 35% over 2019, still not impressed. While cruise arrivals climbed to 2.399 million, also up 3%. Again, these numbers are minuscule. That's not enough, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you think. Make comments down below after this live stream. Of the visitors, here's the new one. This is the one that we always wanted to know. Of the visitors, 6.58 were foreigners, which is only plus 2%. That's it. With the additional people out of South America, it's not enough. America and Canada are the two places that have the most tourists. And when they are coming up short, a reduction in tourists from those two countries, which is what's happening, then that means where are you going to get the extra 500, 600, 700,000, 800,000 passengers from? All right. And now look, 1.299 million were Dominicans with international passports. That's up plus 8%. Okay. Now you're going to have to start wondering, so where do these Dominicans stay when they're visiting their, I'll call it homeland? They could have family there. So therefore, they're not part of the people that would stay in short-term rentals or at hotels. So the number that we have at 7.88 million January through November 2025, now it looks like there are less people that potentially could be customers. And as I mentioned on my video that I've already produced, you go over and look at tourism analytics, and you will see hotels ever since March. Well, let's put it this way. January, 0.9% year over year. February, 0% increase or decline. Almost the same amount of occupancy rate for hotels, 0 for February. March through October 31st, negative hotel occupancies, meaning below 2024 numbers. Why? It's very, very simple. Not hard at all. Easy. You can easily see supply and demand always in capitalism matters. So if you tell me that you're going to create another 8, 9, 10,000 hotel rooms, and there's going to be another 6 to 8,000 short-term rentals on the island, we're talking about potentially anywhere from 12,000 to 15,000 more units this year has been added. So it makes sense if we don't get, that's 15,000 units with hotels and short-term rentals, up to, it could be 12, it doesn't matter. The point is we're only getting 35,000 per month additional from last year. You break that down, it's 9,000 a week. You've added more than 9,000 short-term rentals and hotel rooms this year. You're negative. You don't have the demand. And unfortunately, those same numbers are going to be added next year. So now do you understand there is a problem brewing? All right, keep things in order. We're investors here. You want to go with some other things? Yes, I've been watching other people that talk about investing and they say, I invest. I worry about the appreciation. There's nothing wrong with that. But you're going to have to be prepared with paying for the unit potentially out of your pocket, taking L's along the way, because you're not going to have the high occupancy rate unless you're in a location that you purchased previously and it was cheaper 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 8 years ago. So now your rent is well below what you need to other people need to make in 2024, 2023, 2025, and beyond, because it's very simple. Numbers don't lie. If somebody bought let's go back to 2020, 2019, 2021. Somebody bought a 2-bedroom, I'll use penthouse because that's a nice little cachet. Somebody bought a 2-bedroom penthouse unit in 2020, and it was $110,000. You know what the rules are here. We need 50% occupancy so we get double digits at $110 per night. Now, those of you who listened before and had amenities, part of your location, you could get that. But anybody who now, or in the last year and a half, who turned around and bought for 200,000, 190, 230, 250. I'm talking about 250,000, 230,000, 210,000, 199,000. Will you be able to rent for 200, 230, 240? Remember, 0.1% of your purchase price is what you want to rent it for. Because then all you need is roughly 50% occupancy to make double digits in profit. If you're going to be the one that says, I don't care about double digits, I'll just take 3 or 4%. Okay, that's fine. But from an investor standpoint, the same reason you don't sit there and put all your eggs into bonds and treasuries in America that earns you 4.5% is why. Because it does you no good to put your money in those if inflation is higher than that. Now, if you want to believe the government, that's fine. You can believe inflation is 3% or 2.7 or whatever. It is not. They changed it in 1979, 1980, so they would look better when we started talking about trickle-down theory and all this other nonsense. So that's why they changed it. So now they don't include food and energy when they're calculating it, when you know good and well food and energy goes up in price. But they don't want to put that in there, because if they did, they can't produce 2%, 2.5, 3%, 3.5, 4%. It would be double digits like it's supposed to be. That's why we're getting screwed, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, I'll be dropping another video probably tomorrow as well, because I don't think I have much to do. I'm going to drop a video tomorrow where there's an economist that finally came out and told the truth, just like I've been telling everybody. You know, when you have inflation, you live in a third world country, but you don't know it. And the reason why is because the guy came out and said, you know how much money your household has to earn, so you're not going to be in poverty. He got a lot of flack from I'd say 90%, because his number is 6 figures. You know why his number is 6 figures? Because he did what any statistician would do. They would go back to look at what was the prices in 1960, 1965, 1970. And then when you go, oh, a loaf of bread was 10 cents in 1968. And now you go get a loaf of bread. It ain't damn near 10 cents. It's not even $1. It's not even $2. So when you do the real math, you come back and be like, hold on a second. I could have bought a home in 1965 for 10 grand. I could have bought this stuff. I could have worked for $5, $4 an hour. So now you come forward and you start doing real numbers and you go, well, wait a minute, hold on. So now the same thing he's doing is the same thing you have to do. You can't just be blind, go, oh, I'm just going to throw my money out here because the market has been hot. Just because DR has been hot ever since 2018 doesn't mean After all of that you need to walk in blindly. If you're thinking about investing in the DR, you should be thinking, hold up a second, let me think about what I'm doing here, because Eric's been talking about the numbers over here, ladies and gentlemen. EV Place, another investors in the house, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, stocks, real estate, business. He's doing the damn thing. Just all three of them things you need to do, ladies and gentlemen. You got 1 year to get in gear. And luckily, there's social media. And welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream, EV Place. And he brings his tagline, good evening, SSN fam. I hope you are doing well. Yes, I am. And I humbly appreciate that you are a member of the channel, because we are now monetized again, and I greatly appreciate your support. And therefore, as we do with everybody, you just don't have to be a member of the channel. But of course, they got to get a little love. And speaking of a little love, EV Place, he has a business that helps with renewable energy. That's right. You like cars, you like your speaker system to be on point. How about renewable energy on demand starting at 700 watts? That if you cut your car off, you got, from what I understand, about up to 2 hours with not having to have an inverter, cutting your car back on, doing anything to make sure that one battery up front in your car or in the trunk isn't dead or under 12 volts, so you can't start your car. You have 2 hours. And of course, it's stackable. So if you add more renewable packs, can you imagine? I don't even know if 4 hours is even cool. 4 hours is cool. But can you imagine on that Sunday afternoon? And I know a lot of you aren't them Cali kids, but right now in SoCal, half the state is nice and warm. So on the Sunday afternoon at the park, or the Saturday afternoon at the park, boom, 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 right? Go check out EV Place, ladies and gentlemen. Where do you go? It's simple. Just go to eBay. That's right. Just go over to eBay, hit him up. He'll hook you up the car, and his skill levels, I'm sure, is for the home as well, as he's mentioned. But here's the link. It's going to be in the chat room for life. Go show some love, ladies and gentlemen. All right? It's that simple. An EV Place, I need to know the name, because I'm going to be making another video. I wanted to talk about this travel situation. The guys, I could not remember their name. I mean, I'm losing my mind. I'm trying to remember 20 million different things at once. I'm over here on the medical side. I'm here on recipe side. I'm here doing pharmaceutical stuff. I'm coming up with something new that I'm thinking about as well. I'm over here trying to understand trading. I mean, geez, I can't keep everything in my head. What was the developer's name for your project? Because guess who's going to be coming on? I think, because he sent me a message. He says, Eric, we should do some live streams. I said, hold up. Johan Confidante, as I call him. He's the lawyer that's going to be here sooner or later. I have him. I sent him a message, said, yes, you need to come on. By the way, I sent him a message as to why things are crazy. I said, look, man, there's all these crazy things. Developers do whatever they want. They have their plans, and then they change them and don't tell their buyers, and they don't deliver on time. No repercussions other than the person now has to pay lawyers to go to court, and then court's like, oh yeah, whatever, see you next year. Meanwhile, the people have already gave out their money. The developer is doing nothing, and now we're half screwed. He says, all right, we'll talk about it. I said, okay, fine. So anyhow, I wanted to remember the name of your developer at your project, because I wanted to use that as a perfect example. How we have people building stairs on a balcony. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe somebody put spiral stairs on a balcony? Not even on the first floor. But how about the third or fourth or potentially fifth floor? I can't remember how many floors there were, but probably the fourth floor. For a penthouse unit, they put spiral stairs on the balcony. Who in their right mind would think, first of all, that would be approved? And second of all, would do it. I mean, like, who? So now we're sitting here like obviously there's no way in a high humidity situation or not that somebody's going to put spiral staircases on a balcony in a condominium and not have a safety net in case somebody slips and falls. I mean, this is insanity right now. And I said, here we go. So the thing is, how is it that the developer, after whoever comes to the place and says, I'm sorry, we are not going to allow this if that's a thing, and then you're going to charge the people that are buying to actually do the right thing and put it inside like it's supposed to be? You see, this is the problem right here. But I digress, ladies and gentlemen. Johan Confidante should be on. I don't know when yet. He hasn't hit me back up, but expect him to come back on, the preeminent lawyer in the DR. But he can only go so far. So therefore, he's going to do the Q&A. So you're not going to want to miss this. I can't promise you when it'll be. It could be this week or it could be next week. I'm hoping it's within the next 7 to 10 days. So stay tuned for that. Now, back to the situation at hand, because we're talking about investing, ladies and gentlemen. You're a real estate investor. You're a business owner. You're sitting there going, I need more tourists that have those disposable dollars. I need that. I can't remember the number. I need the number of the average spend, which I believe was around 1,000 to 1,100, if my memory serves me correct. That's what people are spending. Now, the cost of living has increased in the DR as well, thanks to these hotels and these condos being built and prices going up. So now food prices have to go up, right? The cost of living has to go up. So once again, when you think taking for granted new tourist records as an investor does not mean a diddly squat in reality, other than the fact it is something you need to look at. It's that simple. It's something you need to look at because you never know. If it goes higher, we know what's going to happen. Everybody wins. If it stays the same and goes lower, a lot of people are going to lose. And that's the gist of the situation. So once again, you got to better hope that that's the way of the world. And welcome post-retirement travel. Mr. Worldwide 2 is here. Another investor. Oh, yes, business, real estate, stock market, trading, and beyond. A superstar. Another one. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And he too is a member of the channel, which I humbly appreciate. Thank you so much for that as well, for your support. And everybody who doesn't support the campaign, make sure you hit the subscribe button, the like buttons, or the heart buttons if you're on the podcast pages, the star button, whatever. Make sure you show some love. All right, we're trying to help you guys out here. Findhelp.org. Buy bizbuysell.com. Sorry, bizbuysell.com. That would help. And he brings his tagline this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, all. Let's do this. That's what we do, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to help you out here. So if anybody thinks that the numbers correlate to them making more money in the DR, I want to hear your perspective on these numbers. Now that you know for the first time, the DR has distinguished between Dominican tourists and foreigners. This is another interesting stat because I don't know how to correlate it. But if we only have 6.58 million foreigners coming out of this 7.8, that means a whole nother thing altogether if we took them separately and we said, okay, divide 65 by 12. Or I'm not going to say 65 because we're going to be at 8.9. But if we're at 8.9 and we take away 1.3, because we're definitely going to be over 12, 1.29 million. So we go up to 1.3 million. We'll be at 7.6 if we just use that. But I'm going to be fair. I'll use that. 7.6. You divide that by 12. And now all of a sudden, you start seeing 600,000. You divide 600,000 by 4. It's what am I want to say? Is it 150,000? Okay. So now you start getting very, very interesting numbers. And in fact, the number's wrong. I'm off. 600,000. Yeah, that's right. Divided by 4, 150. Divided by 12. Sorry. Hold on a second. I'm all off. Yeah, that's 600,000 divided by 4. Okay, cool. We're at 150. All right. 150,000. Now the question is how many hotel rooms are on the island and how many people come, so we could it's 2 like I always use, so we're down to 75,000. How many hotel rooms are on the island? I have no idea at this point. Are we talking about 20,000 hotel rooms? Are we talking about 10 or 15,000 short-term rentals? I would be willing to guess that. So now we got 75,000, and every week you're going to need at least 2 people, or if there's more people per party, that means that number comes down and occupancy is going to be a problem. Just saying. All right. Okay. I'll deal with the numbers when I make part 2. But nonetheless, these numbers by foreigners that I have highlighted is a problem. Okay. Now, here's what is also a very interesting thing. 800,000 people across tourism, agriculture, and commerce is contributing 16.78. So 16.8 billion to GDP. That's in US. Now, the government for essential services such as education, health, and infrastructure. Okay. See, this is where this stuff right here I don't understand, but okay. So, if anybody's been there, you know how this works. If I go buy something, all of a sudden it's 18% added on top, right? If you go eat at a restaurant, all of a sudden they add 10%. So you're paying 28% is in taxes. So the question is, how much out of this 16.781 billion gross actually is net profits or net that goes into the GDP? See, this is where this all starts going because we start taking 30% away. Now, if we start taking 30% away, fine. We'll just use their number. I'll just call it 17 billion. I don't really care what it is. The point I'm trying to make is, though, the cost of living increases for the people that live there, which we're talking about 11 million people to 12 million people on the island, right? Cost of living goes up. Energy bills also rise. Food also rises. But guess what hardly rises? The annual salaries for the people that live on the island and work there. And if the prices did go up where they paid people instead of 11 or 12,000 annually, and all of a sudden it doubled to 24,000 to 30,000 annually like it should, that means the price of everything goes up. And now when people come to visit, prices aren't, well, they stopped being low like they used to be. Let's just get real. Other than in some other locations that's out, in the countrysides and basically, like Amishi's, and then you go to Samana and you go over to Las Terranas and Terrenas, I'm sorry. Then you go up to Santo Domingo on the outskirts and go up to Arabacoa and all these places. The prices are great. but not no more because they even have 5-star up at Harabacoa charging people crazy prices because them tourists come for those mountains and waterfalls. So again, be very, very careful when you don't have high demand. We need more demand as an investor there and a business owner there, because more demand means we get to charge, and more demand means people already understand they pay more. This is the old Hawaii thing. Hawaii used to have heavy demand. So they never, well, not all of Hawaii, but like Maui was heavy demand, Oahu was heavy demand. So they could always keep their prices a little higher because people were willing to pay because of the location. They're like, oh, I don't really care. I got my oceanfront room and it cost me $600, $500 per night. No problems. As long as it's at the West End. I mean, no problem. $800 per night during Christmas, 2 bedrooms, no problem. 1,000, no problem. But if tourism goes down, the party's over, kind of like now. If you guys knew, in fact, I might start giving you guys some love. You can stay in a whole week on some of these places in Hawaii now that's $700 for the week. Not the high-end locations, let's get real, but still very nice condo, hotel-ish, timeshare places that have full kitchens. Some have ocean views. Yes, less than $1,000 for a week over there now because their tourism industry has been hit. So now there is no boom and people are just willy-nilly going to spend all this money just frivolously because it's getting tight in America. And you have to travel there, fly there. So the same thing applies on all islands. You definitely need high demand at all costs. All right, we're going to keep talking about this. Let me know what you guys think. I'm pretty sure we have some people here. DIM pals, I'm very, very happy to see you once again, and welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. All right, let's see. He's brought his tagline this evening. Good evening, fam. Smash that like button. Thank you so much. He gave it an uppercut in a one piece. And he says, I'm headed to DR next week. Any nice spots to visit? Well, where are you going? What side of the island are you going to? Are you going to Sosua? You going to Santo Domingo? You going to Punta Cana? You going to Harabacoa? You going to Santiago? Where are you going? Las Terrenas? Where are you going? Samana or Baibe? I mean, I'm just giving you some of the top spots, but you might not be going to any of those places. Let us know. Well, if you go to Punta Cana, El Cordacito, Los Corrales. You know what's coming. All right? You go to Aruba Street. All right? And there's the breakfast spot on the corner. And then you go down the way and you go to Our Republic Sports Bar and Grill with awesome food if you're in Los Corrales. And then you can go to La Negra or Terra Negra, La Negra. I can't remember the name of that restaurant. So that's for starters. That's a couple nice restaurant spots. Now, there's a lot of spots because the beaches are open when you're in Los Corrales. You don't have to pay for a beach club. You don't do anything. You just walk through, and you're at the beach club, chilling. It doesn't matter. El Cordacito, there's one. Captain Cook, there's one. I mean, they're just, nice little places to chill by the water, beach clubs. Okay, cool, whatever. Those are, they're all over the place in Los Corrales, El Cordacito area. That's why it's the number one spot for most tourists because it was built for tourists. Punta Cana now is new, but they don't have that infrastructure everywhere. Only where it's been that way for the last 15, 20 years. Okay? It's that simple, ladies and gentlemen. That they have a huge advantage. And their advantage is about to be changed a little if these rest of these projects get built over the next 2 or 3 years. But nonetheless, that's the spot. And of course, the number one spot, and unfortunately, they raised their prices about 20%. La Bruja. Still the best food. Last time I was there, though, I'm just saying, like 7, 8, 9, 5 months ago, 6 months ago. Still the best food, but they raised my favorite was the 960 peso is now 1,200 peso. All right, so over 20%. Everything went up like 20 to 30%, which it is what it is, right? 13, $14. In America, that same meal would cost me 30. So it's all relative. La Bruja, ladies and gentlemen, also in Los Corrales. Okay, DIM pals, let us know what you're gonna be doing. DIM pals, you can buy fresh fish from fishermen's at Cabeza del Toro. I'm not familiar with this place. Unless there was a restaurant in Los Corrales. I wish I should have went down there. I haven't been down there in about 3-4 years. Right on the beach, and they have the fish from the fishermen in their coolers, and that's what you can pick your fresh fish, and they'll cook it for you right then. Yeah, and there's a little premium because it's on the water, on the ocean, and things like that. I don't think that was the name of it though, but I like it. There goes another spot when you can buy the fresh fish from fishermen. Let us know what location that is, what city it's in. Give him the location. He's going to need it. All right. Here we go. Stock market on fuego. Are we tired of winning yet? No, we're not going to be tired of winning. We already knew it. We knew it. And it's going to continue, ladies and gentlemen, for the next year, at least. So there's no reason to be sitting on the sideline. Need a break with some L's. There's not going to be. There was some L's. If you had Bitcoin and if you sold, I don't know why you would have when it dropped from 125 to 90. If you would have sold your NVIDIA when it dropped from 205, 210 down to 180, 178, that's a big mistake. Don't do it, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are favored nations, I would call them, because that's what they are. They have their own freaking $1 trillion valuations by NVIDIA, right? Or shall I say 4 trillion, more than GDP of countries. But these guys are favored companies by the United States government. Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA, and parts of Elon Musk's empire all get government contracts. Oracle, government contracts. Palantir, government contracts and subsidies. Walmart, subsidies, government contracts. I mean, Amazon, subsidies, government contracts. Tax cut, tax breaks. They're buying their own shares of stock. The Federal Reserve is going to loan them money, interest only for 15 years at lower federal funds rate. Bank to bank rates are lower. Liquidity is now being helped out by the Fed. All systems are go. So you need to take advantage of any stock that you think is undervalued. And even if the stock isn't undervalued, there's nowhere to go but up. So on fuego is an understatement. This is going to be a volcanic eruption of epic proportions. Why? Because we have a government that's trying to go back to 1850. When water is toxic, rivers are on fire because of it, agriculture allowed to use pesticides, child labor, sign up Florida and Arkansas. Do you understand what is going on? Talk about the decline of an empire on purpose, with only one thing in mind, making sure AI continues to expand like a big bubble and act like they're number one. We're talking about NVIDIA, AMDs. We're acting like Intel's making a comeback. Remember, we talked about Intel when they were only like $20 a share. They're up to 40 now. They're making partnerships in the AI as well. Remember, all these guys are interconnected. They're buying amongst each other, mainly through NVIDIA, to give them some sales. But keep in mind, I say be very, very cautious since I'm talking about DR. We have to be very cautious about the AI markets. Things are running through each other. So let me ask you guys something. If you have the top, let's call it the top 10 countries, right? Companies, top 10 companies, they are getting government contracts, they're getting subsidies, they buy their own shares of stock, they're getting tax cuts and tax breaks, and they have special loan treatments with the Federal Reserve. And the most important part, they actually buy from each other. So if I give each company $5 billion in subsidies, that's $5 billion. If I give them tax cuts, tax breaks, that frees up some other billions for them, hundreds of billions. And their stock price goes up, but they're holding all this paper derivative. It's nothing, it's thin air. They're holding all the paper because they bought the stock. They've been holding the stock, millions of shares of stocks 20 years ago. So now they can sell that and they're going to buy back mostly. The stock price is going to increase, right? Just from all what I just said. Now the government gives them government contracts in the 50 billion here, 25 billion there. I mean, not billions, but 50 million here, 30 million there, 100 million there to do some sort of service. Again, the object of their game is to make sure their stock prices go up. So they use that money to buy back their shares of stock again. Now, keep that in mind. Is there any questions? It's going to be on fuego for a while. Oh, and by the way, in February, there's going to be a new Fed chair. Now, people misunderstand what the Fed chair does, but there will be a new Fed chair, which now means another vote to reduce rates, which means it's over for us. Inflation is going to skyrocket as well. So you better be invested in something that's going to beat inflation or stay on par with it. And unfortunately, bonds will not do it. Having single digit returns for real estate will not do it because your energy, your property taxes, all of that is about to increase. And don't even let me get started when you start talking about these data mining machines. I mean, data centers sucking up electricity that you are going to have to pay more for because why? It's subsidized with your tax money for them because you're giving them tax money again in your local city, state, and counties to bring in these mystical 5,000 jobs, which will never happen except for the first year or two while they're building that center. After that, sayonara. AI robots. Less than 30 people will be there. Good luck. Now, back to the point by post-retirement travel on fuego is an understatement. It's going to keep being on fuego. Everything's going to be on fuego with regard to the stock market, with regard with the financial system, because we are back to 2000s again, just like if George Bush II came back to life, if Ronald Reagan came back to life and was president. I'm not saying George Bush II is dead. I'm just saying George Bush I is going to be president again. We're on the same tracks. And by the way, we're on the same track for what happens after, just like every time. A recession or a great recession. Take your pick. But this is the biggest bubble ever. And if we start talking about AI, I just want to slap people. Because myself, you know what? Forget that. I'm just going to do this right here. Let's just do this. What's the revenue? What's the revenue new for AI companies in 2025. I just Googled it. We have AI now for Google. Let's see what they say. Remember, Google's AI. Okay, here we go. AI market 2025 has estimated to be approximately 390 billion to over 757 billion. Okay, it's over 757 billion, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be 1 trillion by the end of this year. So now the question is, how much profit from AI companies in 2025? Let's see what Google says. Google says this is funny. This is funny. It is difficult to determine the exact total profit for all AI companies in 2025. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. Maybe let me see if I can do USA. They don't want to answer the question. Okay, here we go. Okay, so get this, ladies and gentlemen. Total spend is going to be $1 trillion. Total revenue, 41 billion to 66 billion total revenue. I want to know where the hell and who the hell would make a decision like this, that you would be running a company and somebody told you, Eric, we're going to spend $100 million so we can get $4.1 million. Are we serious right now? So we can get $6.6 million? This is what we're talking about here. You would say, what did you just say right now? We're going to spend $100 million to get back maybe 6? You would say, have you lost your freaking mind right now? And then you would give me the caveat. You would say, hey, Eric, no worries, man. Look, we're getting tax cut, tax breaks. We're getting government contracts. We're getting special loans from the feds. It'd be like that revenue number doesn't matter. And then I say, well, what's the profit out of all this? And you go, oh man, we're taking L's. I just gave you the revenue numbers. We only going to make 6.6 mil in revenue. I'm like, well, how much is the profit? Oh, Eric, I'm sorry, man. Hey, hold up. We're going to lose like 99 million out of 100. What do you mean? What's profit? You would think you as the CEO would look at somebody and slap them and get out the room. You're fired. That's what you would say right now. Okay, enough with my antics tonight. I just want you guys to have something to think about. All right, because that's the way AI is. It's being built on top of other platforms. So when all the companies, not all, a lot of AI companies buy from NVIDIA, that brings up their profit, and then people go buy their stocks to raise the stock price. AMD's the same way. In fact, what's funny is AMD's stock price is higher than NVIDIA's somehow, which is bizarre, but okay. It's crazy how they're on. I don't even know how they're in the same ballpark, but they are. So it's like they're helping each other come up based on the name AI. Be very, very careful. There has to be something that goes with it. And right now, the emperor has no clothes with regard to AI because they don't make any profits, sustainable profits. And guess what? They don't have to, because they're replacing human beings. 11.7% of the population has already been replaced by AI. We're talking about numbers that are going to be historically bad when you get 20 to 30% of workers are replaced by AI, which is a real possibility. Caputs, Blue Marlin developer. Okay, I was thinking it was Blue Marlin, but I was like, man, you know, when it gets around every October, it's, you know, I think a Blue Marlin fish tournament in Cabo. And so when I was thinking today, I said, isn't their name Blue Marlin? And now you tell me it is Blue Marlin. I said, nah, it can't be. I just must be tripping. All right. Yeah, see this right here, Blue Marlin developer in Los Corrales is the one that put the spiral staircase up there, and now they're trying to charge the owners or switch them to another unit for their F up. And now what's the obligation of the person buying? They want to sue, right? Because they turn around and go, oh, we're going to charge you more money because of our F up. See, you want to slap somebody, right? You want to be like, shake them like, what the, are you crazy? You did this dumb stuff. Knowing full well nobody should be walking on the third or fourth floor on spiral stairs going up with no parachute, with no safety net, with no wall. I'm like, what are you thinking? That would be an insult. I'm going to charge you more to put it inside the place. Well, yeah. And now you lose the square footage inside my unit because you're going to put this spiral staircase in the middle of the unit. And now you're going to charge me, knowing full well you it should have never happened. So, anyhow, Johan Confidante is going to be in the house once again. The lawyer in Punta Cana, and he does have other offices. So, hopefully, in the next 10 days, he'll be in the house. Brian P., Mr. Dividend is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. We're talking about investing tonight. And oh, by the way, speaking of investing, get your trading skills up to par. How do you do that? Well, I suggest you get the Candlestick Bible, baby, because I have now moved. Let me see, what page am I on right now? Let me go check. I keep this on standby of that now for sure. So I'm up to page 75. All right. They start talking about weekly charts, daily charts. Oh my. 4-hour charts, markups. Oh, yeah. Some of you who trade know what I'm referring to. Get your skill set up, because this is one place. Remember, we're talking about on Fuego, right? On the stock market. This is one place that's never going away. The stock market can crash and burn. You can make money. Stock market can be on fuego. You can make money. Stock market doesn't even have to be on fire in either direction, up or down, but you can still make money. All right. Long as you know how to trade, which is a trait that you're going to need. Can you imagine if 30% of jobs that exist today are gone? Where are all the livable wage jobs going to be if 30% of the workforce, which would be 60 million people, don't have jobs, on top of the other people who don't have jobs? When you start talking about 100 million people potentially do not have a job in income, you know the bearing that will be placed upon tax system. And the way our tax system and our services are working right now, they're taking them away. They're not funding them. So basically, when you say homelessness, just keep thinking about homelessness, all right? Because there's going to be a large segment of our population like it's 1933 again, the way things are going. We already know this. I've already said it. We got 1 year. Oh, and by the way, hold on. Let me get the Candlestick Bible down in the chat room for everybody that watches this on replay. That's where it's going to be, or down below in the description box. All right. So I can't find it. Why can't I find it? Man, it should be here. Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay. Here it goes in the chat room, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you learn your skill set. That's the start of it. Oh, I should come with everything. Here's what you do. Well, I'll just say what I would recommend. Let's do it that way. Sign up for CoinX. That's your first thing. They use MT4, which is totally different than TradingView. I don't know how to use TradingView, but at least you get to see charts, based on whatever. If you want to do BTC, USD, if you want to do JPY versus USD, if you want to, whatever you want to look at, currency, forexes, metals, whatever, gold versus USD, or it could be if you're outside the United States and you want to do other currencies like GBP, Great Britain, right? If you want to do whatever currency versus another currency, you can do that, right? If you want to do metals and not, if you want to, whatever you want to do, you can do. It's a vast, but you can at least learn about charts looking at the demo mode. See, demo mode, ladies and gentlemen. Demo mode. There's a demo and live. So when you sign up, the link is in the chat room. You can set up a demo mode. In demo mode, you'll get a username login. You use that to hook it to your MT4 or MT5, whichever you prefer. Or, well, you can't do TradingView because it's not a regulated exchange, so they won't accept them. But who cares? The point is you can train. So now you can see live candlesticks while you're learning to help you. Plus, you can learn how to buy and sell. You can learn how to set up markers across the screen, get familiar with what you could look at. It takes a little learning curve. I know a lot of people don't like learning, but that's part of being successful. You do what 99% of other people won't do. And when it comes to reading, you've already 50 to 60% of the people have already said, sayonara, I'm not coming. But that cannot be you, ladies and gentlemen, because the world is not what you think it is, and it's going to get a lot more hectic. All right. Brian P., once again, thank you so much for being in the house. Mr. Dividend is here, another investor in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And he brings his tagline this evening. Happy day, Eric. Thank you so much. I hope all is well with you. Yes, it is, man. I'm here. Food in the cupboards, water in my mouth. Lights are on. We're good. And love by familia. Happy day, SSN fam. Smash that like button. That's right. Give it a one piece because you never know who's not watching. We need more people to find out about this SSN Nation. I will send you more info tomorrow about my case as an example. Oh my, EV Place, did you actually file with the, lawsuit wise? Because that's a daunting task when they suspend or I don't want to say suspend. They want to say if the court case is in 3 months, then they'll move it 9 months later, kind of thing, while you're paying an attorney. That's what they like to do over there. Thanks, EV Place. Yeah, I want to find out more about this because again, this is something that we can. Hey, when Johan Confidante comes on, he said, I told him, look, I just have to be honest with you guys, and every time, I don't play around. I just told him, I said, I don't even want to talk about nothing over there because he sent this to me like last week, and I just ignored it basically because I was just like, man, I don't even want to deal with nobody. Even Johan, I was like, not really, he never did anything. But the point is, he's an attorney. So what can he really do? He's not able to stop what developers are doing or anybody else is doing. So I was like, I don't really want to talk about it because I told him, I said, I have issues all over the place. And so I sent him back and I said exactly what I had to say in a long thing. And he goes, oh, no, we can talk about some of these issues. And especially if they're my clients. And I said, well, I don't know if they're your clients, but by default, I'm pretty sure you have clients that fall in this ballpark of late deliveries of 3-4 years, raising prices after your contract says they can only raise it like 5 to 10%, and then they're trying to raise it more than that. I said, you have developers not even telling people that about anything new, any editing of the floor plans, any editing of the project itself They don't send emails. They don't even let people know. They don't do social media. I said, see, this is the problem. I said, so I'm sure some of your clients, I'm sure it's happened. And they might be on the live stream. He goes, no problem. And I just sent him a message today and said, let me know what day and time. It's up to you. I don't really care. I'm 1 hour behind you. So whenever you're ready, I'm ready. So you guys stay tuned. Thanks, EV Place. Exactly. Joe Nays in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Another investor is here. And he's on the island as well. And he brings his tagline this evening. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is good health this evening. That's right. I just smashed that like button. That's right. Give it a 2-piece, ladies and gentlemen, and bring a friend along. That's what we got to do. We keeping it 100 up in here. That's what we always do. That's right, Joe Nate. Thank you so much for being in the house. Okay. Mr. Light. Okay, I like that. Mr. Light. How come we haven't seen more of a Mr. Light in the house? Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Now, remind you, trading, ladies and gentlemen, I have to talk about it a lot because a lot of people are losing jobs. Think of all these federal workers, tens of thousands getting laid off, just like because. Think about all these jobs being lost, 1.6 million people a month being laid off. What are they going to do? And the price of living is costing way, 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 way more. And there's hardly any jobs to replace their income. That little nest egg goes pretty fast when you have to spend thousands per month. And if you have any debt, oh my, that's going to be very, very, very bad. So we got to get your debt under control, right, Mr. Light? Once again, welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Simply said, hello, welcome again. I like it. I like it. Is splitting is a good thing. Oh, yes. What happened to ULTY? It did a reverse split, meaning, yeah, if it was $5, I don't know what they did, but let's just say it's 10-1 because I bailed before because I told everybody it hit my point because I want to keep my my share price profit and take the dividends with me. So I have automatic eject, meaning auto sale price. When it got to it, it sold all. And that's the reason why the split was what, 10-1 or 9-1, something like that. Yeah, that's a reverse split, which is not all that. It just because usually dividends go down slightly. So yeah, that was a bad thing. But again, I tried to give people warnings about YieldMax ETF. I was saying the way YieldMax ETF works is basically if the market starts going up, that is not good for YieldMax ETFs. Other than the fact that the stock price itself may stay about where it is and may even go up. The one exception or a couple was PLTY, which unfortunately it broke to a lower number as well. So again, mine hit the auto eject button because I want it to be over 50, over 60, in the low 60s because I was under that for my dollar cost average. So I wanted to keep the profit plus all the dividends earned since the dividends are pretty high, right? Same thing. So just keep that in mind. No, splitting is not a good. I mean, in my case, the way I look at it, it's a reverse. Either way, it's the same value. It doesn't change anything. The only difference is in this case, the reason they reverse it is because since the stock price has dropped so much, the reverse gives it more wind. So if it goes from $4 to 40, let's say, now it's $40 a stock, but you're gaining nothing. In reality, you're still going to earn nearly this. Well, it could be less. I haven't checked it out, but The thing is, though, you still are in the same dollar value. There's no difference. And it works the other way too. If there was a stock like Netflix and it was like 1100, they did 10 to 1, it went down to 110. All that did was it means you have more shares at 110, but it's the same value. So if the stock price went down to 102 or 3, which it did, then now it's less value. It'd be the same thing as going from 1100 to 1000. Same kind of thing, right? So the value is still the same. You just have more shares. It helps later if the share price increases and you have those extra shares. Instead of just having one share, you have 10, which is very valuable if that's the case. Now, I can't even understand how Netflix continues to go down, quite frankly, but it is what it is. All right. Hopefully that helps. Here we go. Hold on. EV place. Oh, okay. Sorry. I have something on the screen that's weird. ULTY is sinking. They are trying to resurrect dead body. Look at PLTY. Dividend double up compared to last week. That's correct. That's a preferred company that is Pelletier. So PLTY is they're using that ETF PLTY as a derivative of PLTR. So and they give out great dividends, quite frankly, because it's volatile, right? It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, it moves. So people are buying and selling it, and that's what YieldMax ETF gets their income from actual trading. All right, so that's how it works. Option trading. All right, thanks for the info. I'll check these places out. I'm headed to Puerto Plata. Okay, I don't know about Puerto Plata locations. All right, that's a whole nother ball game. They've been doing cleaning house over there because of the mangoes, as they call them, the women of the night, trying to clean up all of this, for the lack of a better word, prostitution. I don't know how you clean up prostitution personally. If there's women, there's places to go dancing and drinking and all this. I and most people have their own place, but if that's what you want to say, I don't know how that works. EV place, Cabeza de Toro is a place with many boats and pier close to Catalonia Resort in South Punta Cana. Talk with the fishermen. Nah, don't know where that is, quite frankly. I haven't been. Oh, I know where Cabeza de Toro is. I haven't been there, quite frankly. DIM pals. Okay, cool. All right, let's go. So again, ladies and gentlemen, you got the CoinX thing. You want to start your trading. I gave you, I'm pretty sure I put it in here, the Candlestick Bible. That is very, very serious. Just remember, study it. Take your time because it actually goes somewhere. So if you understand the first 50, 60, try to understand because they start tying it in by now going, let's look at the charts in this direction. Then you start looking at the candles and it charts and then it starts tying everything in. So pay attention. Do not gloss over it. If you want to study and be great, that's the idea, right? You want to be great at what you do, then you got to study. All right. Nobody's a natural at this. Let's just get real. You haven't been studying this since you were 10 years old, unless your parents was in the stock market and they were traders and they would have had you would have been watching them do something. My parents were not, as 99% of parents were not. Sitting there with their screens on, with the markets on, and saying, hey, son, hey, daughter, come over here. Let's sit down. Let me show you something about how these candlesticks work and how I make money. Now, there are privileged people whose parents were doing this and said, hey, this is how you do it. So they could learn from a earlier age. And by the time they are of age, where they can open up their own accounts and they make their money, they would be very, very good if you were able to study for 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, right? So time does matter. Nobody is quick like that. It's not even a safety thing, Eric. Spiral stairs moved inside, taking a lot of space. Not talking about structure of roof slope and waterproofing. I know. Oh, hey, Hey, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's what I said. Moving inside takes up space. And like you said, I'm cutting open the roof. Now I got to deal with we have they have cement up there. This is not it's a cement. We're cutting a block of cement open, and now we have to figure out a way to make sure it's sealed in a humidity and wet environment. There is a thing called rainy season. That's to me problematic. I just cannot believe they're just cavalier about this and trying to charge people. And I'm like, wait, there is not even it's bad. It's just bad. But I like what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. He says it's not a safety thing. Hey, man, I'm telling you right now, no friends of mine was going to be going on no balcony talking about, hey, man, I'm going up to your penthouse and I'm going to take these spiral stairs. I'm like, no, you're not. Like, have you lost your freaking mind right now? Not going to happen. An afternoon shower that oftentimes happens, a little wet from humidity. No, ain't going to happen, man. I see nothing but problems. Never mind about those people, like when you come and hang and I'm there and I have the penthouse you do. We got a little bar there and everything too. So come on now. But yeah, all of that, man, all of what you're saying, all of it moving inside, that is like so bad because even though it's a spiral stairs, you still are going to need 4 or 5 feet by and potentially more. It could be 6 feet to 6 feet, 36 square feet, because you got to have footings. And I mean, how flimsy do you want this thing? You don't want it flimsy. You got to have the footings. And so I just see a problem there. That's just bad. And like I said, we were out there drinking with the guys. They were cool, but now I find out not cool because you put people in these situations, you f up, and then you're sitting there uh, making them have to jump through hoops. But spiral stairs and delivered penthouse in buildings A and B and C are still there. Oh my God. I'm in building E and doesn't bother anyone. No, the spiral stairs will not bother anyone. That's not my problem. That is not even what I'm thinking. I am thinking somebody's going to slip just by the moisture content. That's all I'm saying. Somebody will slip once there's enough people going up and well, first I don't know. I'm just saying somebody's going to slip just by accident. That's all I'm saying. I don't see how that accident does not happen. And I'm hoping they just slip on the balcony and not over it. That's what bothers me about it. Um, not real like let's just say it was again, I just have a hard time with safety. But let's just say it was safe. Still, spiral staircases outside in a humidity environment. I don't think that's very smart. So we'll see what happens. Check your emails. Oh no, don't do it, man. I checked. Oh wait, I couldn't even get in my emails, man. I got all kind of problems. But is this? Oh, here's my emails. Okay, cool. I couldn't get in earlier before I came on. There was issues. Now I got something else going on, which is weird. What is this? Oh, wait, what is that? Oh, I was trying to share. That's crazy. All right. It looks like I can't check the emails. All right. Well, if anybody has anything to say, let me know about the tourist numbers. Because remember, that is the number one thing. Here we go. He says, no, we are still in negotiation stage with Caputh's master broker with we bought through is on our side. Developer haven't paid. Oh my God. See, oh yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, yeah. I told you guys all kind of layers to this. I told you these developers, these brokers, they don't want to pay people, all kind of BS. Yep, no shocker. Developer haven't paid them any provision for selling 70 apartments. Oh, Jesus. Wow. 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 Good God Almighty. Holy smokes. Eric, Robinhood is out of control. HOOD, ladies and gentlemen, is a stock symbol. All right, they will now be introducing Robinhood banking very soon. They sent special limitations to gold members. You'll be able to transfer money internationally. Oh my, I didn't see that. I'm in their gold members. But then again, I haven't been really paying attention. I've been studying. I've been having to do some other things around here, and um, so I've been sidelined for a minute. But I did not get that memo. But I did see something on Robinhood. And by the way, there's something coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Remember when I was talking about getting your debt in order so you can have that 0% interest for 36 months instead of the 21 to 24 now? Well, somebody has already jumped the gun. Can you believe it? Hold on. I'll see if I can get them emails, Mr. Dividend. Hold on. Let me see. Where did I put these things? Oh, man. You know what? I think it was here. Let me see. No, not there. Let's see. I have something to show you. All right, this is pretty simple. Look, pretty simple. Just what we already know 0% interest, US Bank, 24 payments, or as they call it, 24 billing cycles, 0% interest on purchases and balance transfers for 2 years. We already knew that was going to happen, right? Oh, hold on. I don't have it. Oh, I was so happy. I thought I. Hold on a second. And this new stuff that they're doing right here, also, that's different. 21 months. Who cares? 2027 is less than 12 months away. So, yeah, 21 months is 20. Even if it was 24 months, it would be 2027. But that's funny, right? Okay, where's the. Oh, hold on. Now I have to go look for something else. Sorry, I'm getting sidelined real quick. But yes, HOOD, ladies and gentlemen, it's been on Fuego for the last 3, 4 months, quite frankly. So you got to give them credit for what they're doing. And because remember, they're tied into the system. First of all, the they're in Silicon Valley area. First of all, they are preferred, right? You uh uh what okay, never mind. I have something in the background that just came up that I'm not happy to see, but it has to do with my little Autobot thing. All right. Um, I thought I had something here. I guess I don't. Oh, I'm upset now. I'm really upset. I'll just have to tell you guys. There is a bank, and I wanted to show who it was because I didn't really pay attention to it. I just made like a copy of it, I thought. That is 36 months, ladies and gentlemen, at 0% interest. That's right, credit card. So now I'm going to have to find it because I blew it. I blew it, ladies and gentlemen. That's as plain and simple as I can say it. I thought I kept it. Uh, I'm upset, highly upset. But anyhow, I'll find it again. I'm pretty sure. But 36 months is out. 1 year ahead of schedule. Well, 9 months, 8 months ahead of schedule. But the fact is, I was telling you, and you don't even need a 775. I do not believe. But again, if they're doing 36 months at zero, my goodness, what will it be next year? I expected the 36 to be next year around 9 months to 12 months, which meant somewhere around after October. October till the end of the year. They're already 10 months ahead. So think about it, 36 months, 0% interest, 3 years. Whew. You can't beat that, ladies and gentlemen, especially, I, I mean, that starts leading us into many, many other different ways, right? If I know I'm only going to be paying 0% interest and I got to pay the annual fee, whatever that's going to be, I am thinking arbitrage opportunities are on the way. So just keep that in mind. I'm just saying, I'm not going to keep saying a bunch of things because now that our government has this cyber surveillance, facial recognitions, I have to hold back a little bit nowadays, but it won't matter. We're still going to talk about some things that can get you guys up to speed if you are not already. By the way, I want to point out something else because I've had conversation about that Bancus card because I was looking at it a different way. What is Bancus? It's a crypto debit card. We have to be creative with our Punta Cana rental properties. We have to offer experiences. We have to offer top quality from the furniture and amenities to the extra mile, details to the customers. Yes. See, that's exactly what's going to happen, and not from a property management standpoint. You're going to have to be the person in charge because unless you bought a condo hotel, now forget it. Again, if you bought a condo hotel, it's going to be disastrous if you do not have the occupancy rates. And by the way, if occupancy rates are first of all, let me tell you guys something. Can you believe occupancy rate under 60% in any given month in the DR? How about under 70% any given month in DR? That is what is happening in 2025, some of the months. Just keep this in mind, all right? Let me go back to something. Let me see. Let me get the numbers exactly. I'm at Dominican Tourism Analytics.com for Dominican Republic. They have all the Caribbean islands numbers. So let's see here. Where's the hotel at? Here we go. No, that's C. Hotel. All right. So here we are. January, February, March. 83% January, 86, almost 87% February, but that's year over year, 0% change. March, 81.6% compared to 83.8% in 2024. That's negative 2.2. April, we go under 80%. Last year in 2024, it was 79.8. So, in essence, roughly 80%. This year, 76.2, down 3.6%. May, 72%, down 0.6%. June, 74%, down 2.4%. July, 78.5%, down 0.1%. August, 69.5, down 3.7%. September, 58%, ladies and gentlemen, 58.2, down 2.5%. And October was 63%, down 3%. We have more units incoming for 2026 for short-term rentals and hotels. If this is the trend, which it is, you have 9 months out of 12 negative for hotel occupancy and dropping. The only months that were 80% was January, February, March. Well, I don't know about December because I don't have the full. Let me see. I don't think I have 2024. Yes, I don't have December's. But just so you know, there was no month in 2024 under 60%. There was one month 60.7, which was September, and October was 66.1. January, February, March, 80%. December was 79.7, in effect, 80%. All right. So I'm not expecting these same numbers. I expect a -2%, -3%. But again, December starts popping up. I do expect this holiday season to bring in more people. I don't know what the occupancy is going to be after you added 7 to 10,000 units, hotel units, plus the same equal almost in Airbnb or short-term rentals. So this they could be siphoning off, but again, I don't believe it because we have the stats. All right, but yes, you're gonna. This is the thing. You're gonna have to be more cognizant. If you want the occupancy, your place is gonna have to stand out, and you're gonna have to treat your guests special, and hope that works. But again, if you have lower amount of tourists and more units, or the same amount of tourists and have more units, I mean, we need. I mean, this is so bad. You need like 100,000. You need 100,000 people per week more just to even get back on track. Because 8.9, when we're supposed to have 9.5 to 10, that's a mil off track. And now we have to be at 10.5 to 11. So where are we going to get 1.8, 1.7 million more passengers to come to make up for the deficit we have right now for 2025? I don't know. But this is one of the things you're going to have to do, which now, again, it puts you in a conundrum. In order to stand out, you have to spend money. You have to entice, so to speak. So once again, this is where it's headed. And yes, that will work. And amenities will matter. All the extra miles, all of that will matter. So it's going to be very, very interesting how it all plays out. And post-retirement travel, you have an inside track because you're at a place that I don't deem amenities friendly. Your brother has a unit there. I think it was one bedroom, awesomely designed with the furnishings and everything. You know better than anybody what the occupancy rate has been during this, I will call it lull, because it's basically hurricane type weather, right? So it's rainy. It's not really high season, but they still are having more tourists than they had in the past. So you will know more than anybody what type of rental rate or occupancy rate that he has for his unit. Eric, Robin Hood is out of control. Yes. Did I see that twice? Yeah. Oh, I skipped something is what happened. Okay, that is correct. Internationally, that's going to be interesting. But remember, internationally just means it's tracked. Again, I don't like tracked. All right, sell your loser stocks this month before the 31st of December. That is correct. Then claim that loss on your 2025 federal tax. This should be standard procedures every December. Thank you so much, Post Retirement Travel, because I appreciate you bringing this up because it is December. This is what the big boys do. That's why the stock market will fluctuate. DIM Pals is probably rubbing his hands together every day, going, holy smokes, do you see these movements happening on all of these stocks? There's a reason. People got to dump them. And then some people are buying. Just saying. All right. Positioning themselves this month to set themselves up for next year. And we're talking fire, fuego. It's going down. There's no way around it. I don't even see if I had to figure out a way to stop I don't know how you can stop it because everything is already in order. Rate reduction from the Federal Reserve. Fed chairman replaced with one of Trump's lackeys who wants to reduce the rates. They think it's a good thing. It is not a good thing. Hold on tight, bend over, get your lube because you're going to be screwed if you do not have wealth products in your portfolio, meaning stock market, even crypto's going to rise. Everything is going to rise. Well, I don't mean everything. Homes, I can't say what's going to happen there because those are going to be up for sale. People are going to try and hit the eject button, get some profits, and figure it out afterwards because we have way too many people living paycheck to paycheck and getting laid off. But the people that are investing in stocks, bonds, even, you're going to have to put your money, gold, silver. You see how silver's skyrocketing? Because they know the Fed is printing more money, increasing the money supply. Inflation is going to rise, but wealth products rise. Unfortunately, I don't agree with anybody saying homes are going to rise because there's a lot of homes for sale right now and they're sitting on the market, rightfully so. Who's going to be able to afford a $5,000 property tax bill because your house is valued at 600,000? Who's going to be able to pay a 5,000 insurance bill annually or 7,000 or somewhere in that ballpark? I mean, this is unheard of what's going to happen. And all these insurance companies, they hit the eject button already. They're not going to insure people of risk. So if you want to get insured, you're going to have to go with a second tier or third tier company and pay more money. I mean, this is very bad for home owners. You're stuck. Oh, by the way, I read an article for everybody in Tampa. Good luck because they were saying, I don't know if it's true, but they were saying it started already in Tampa area. I don't know exactly what area they were referring to, but again, upscale luxury. If you can have a home and afford a home that was in an upscale luxury environment, then your home is probably valued higher than ordinary 400, 500, $600,000 homes, and it probably has more equity. So hitting the eject button would be reasonable. The other people, they're stuck with a 90 to 120 day. Nobody's coming to look at their stuff. And this isn't just Tampa, but there was one talking about Tampa specifically is in free fall, is what they're saying in that area. Again, Tampa's a big city. It could be one little suburb or something. I don't know. I didn't read the article. I haven't gotten around to that yet. But I like this right here. Sell your loser stocks this month before the 31st of December, then claim that loss on your 2025 federal tax return. If anybody wants to talk about anything regarding what we discussed tonight or not, now's the time to do it because I'm getting ready to wrap this up tonight. I hopefully will see you guys on Friday for the Financial Friday Night live stream. And stick in the stock market. You got to be there, ladies and gentlemen. If you can trade, I was messing around doing some of my research, strategy. I said, you know what? I'm going to go to the 1 minute. I think I'm good enough now. I'm going to use 1 minute trades for buy and sell and see what happens. Now, have to admit, I was a little cocky. I took some L. I was like, hold up. Now I went because I used a 5,000, right? Not it's demo, 5,000 demo. And so all of a sudden I saw a 49.50. Oh, and I upped, I upped the per tick number. Yeah, I decided, why make it 0.1? Why don't I just make it 0.2? Because since I'm going to pick everything all right, let's see what happens. So what happened is I took some L's. Yeah, 2 L's. Now that means I have to win some back. So then I said, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what I believe they call scalping. So then I said, well, let me make these little short 40, $50 burst. And sure enough, I said, let me take the little $40, $50 profits and run. That's what I started doing. So it went from like 49, 48, 90. I think I was at, to 5,020, 5,050. But I took them L's first. I lost two, so to speak. Then I won like four or five in a row on these little short scalping things, as I call it. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but I was like, oh, this is fun. Okay. All right. And that was like within 3 to 5 minutes. So I was like, okay, I can do that. So I'm messing around with a lot of stuff because actually I don't want to really do that. Puna kind of got new roads from Coco Bongo all the way to El Contest last month. Okay, what do you mean EV Place? Are we talking about El Cortecito? What do you mean new roads? Because the one road, okay, you must be talking about something else. Because the highway, yeah, oh, yeah, there is a way. Yeah, if you go down the highway, you can obviously make a right. There is a back way. It already existed. It was just like a two-lane-ish, one-lane-ish road, but luckily they had land. So it could be a four-lane road or at least a real two-lane road and just roll straight down to almost be in El Cortecito. You'll be on the outskirts of it. Well, not even outskirts. You're almost there. I can't remember where it came out at. I went through there twice because people that lived there knew the shortcuts when the Uber guys are like, hey, hold on, I'm going to go this way. Because it was jammed up taking the main road from the downtown mall coming in through there. So they went out, went on the highway, came back down, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's cool. El Cordecito, new layer. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. Right. There is a cup, and also there's a way that I haven't even heard nothing about Atlanta. There's a road right beside Atlanta as well that comes out from the highway. That used to be like a one lane-ish road, kind of dirt road kind of place. So they're gonna have two coming out, and I don't know what's up where they have Drink Point and all that because that's like a cluster, messed up place. Tamara Larry, welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Another investor's here, and she says Jardine J1 through J3. Oh, Jardine prices. Well, let's just call it what it is. Their prices are still low, but again, they're in a certain neighborhood. So, but it all depends on your investment style because once again, if I can get something for 70 grand and my number is $70 per night, and I got the basketball court, they put in a mini a snack a mini mart instead of the restaurant, which I love because the restaurant would have been a huge mistake to put in a residential condo environment. Mini Mart makes sense because people don't have to go to the store. They can just come to the front of the complex and go to the Mini Mart. Almost like a little brat I am, military kid, when we used to have the Mini Marts on base. We just roll our bikes down in the Mini Mart to get a little whatever. Don't have to go to the grocery commissary. So I love that. I'm happy they did that. But the basketball courts, the what else did they have there? They had children's playground areas. Can't remember. They might have had tennis court. I can't really remember, but all I remember: basketball court, swimming pool, fitness room, now mini mart, all within Jardines 3, I think it is. So, and the prices back then were only like 50 G's, 60 G's. I'm pretty sure they went up a little bit now because they're going to be in Jardines 4, and there's probably still something at Jardines 3. Because again, there's not that many buyers. There's people, they have discounts. Have you guys seen discounts for a lot of the projects where they're saying we're taking 4,000 off, 5,000 off, down payment of 500 or reserve for 500, down payments back to 10%? It's because we know there's not that many buyers coming. The buyers already showed up. It's almost like when you trade and you see candles going up, the green candles lighting up, going up, open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close. No sales is winning, right? No short sellers are winning. It just keeps going up until eventually it comes up here. All of a sudden, a high wick goes up and it comes back down because now people are saying, well, hell, I made all this money. I need to sell. So now it changes to the red wick. And now it makes no sense to go back up because, well, let's say we got a red one that comes up. Now another red one starts going down. Now, you'd have to be crazy not to take your profits, right? So doesn't it make sense that all of a sudden red wick down, red wick down because people are selling and the price is going down. So all the people who did not sell, they're sitting there going, well, I don't want to lose all this profit, so let me get out of this. So you start having a downside. But the beauty of it is you can make money on the downside and the upside. So that is the situation with a cheap location such as Jardines. If you were lucky enough to get something at 55, 60 G's, and now it's only going to cost you 50 or 60 G's with the 50% occupancy, and you can get that to be 10% or more, you win because that location, it has a little amenities there, but they're doing crazy at that location. They're trying to make that like a special place for people to visit or live because they're putting a lot of amenities around there. And that place used to be bad, used to be bad. They cleaning it up, gentrifying it, and they're doing a great job, even though people are going to be displaced. And I mean, it is what it is, but unfortunate. So we will see what happens. But yes, a stage. Yes, there's a stage, a mini stage there. This is true. Forgot about that. And it's pretty. I mean, and the grocery store and all that is just up the street to the around the corner, basically. So that makes it kind of nice. Restaurants obviously is there around the corner. Same as where their little mall or not mall, but plaza with Olay, uh, grocery store, and a few other things. So it's in a good location. EV Place says Macau Hills 2-bedroom villas went up from 102K to 115K. Yeah, that's no surprise. And they use panels, by the way. They're using panels to build their villas. That's why they're inexpensive. But as we know, inflation rises because, again, you can't borrow money, add money to your currency supply out of thin air, and then think your inflation is going down. So therefore, the cost to build is going to rise in the DR, which is another problem. And again, and that works everywhere. It's not really their, only country that would have that problem. Everybody has that problem. So yes, no shocker, 115 in Macau 2 years later. I The 3-bedroom, by the way, used to be 102. So the fact is, the 2-bedroom was 80 something. No, it was in the 70s when it first came out. Then it was 80. So the fact is, if a 2-bedroom is 115, that's significantly more. That's like 20 to 30,000 more than original. But it's not a shocker because Macau is getting, a little upgrade. People are using that name, associating it with upscale luxury, even though Macau Hills is not really upscale luxury. But it is what it is. You got to be in the zip code, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it goes. Thank you. I missed it. All right. I was at construction site in Macau. It will be a great spot. I can see Kana Rock from there. Yeah, you can probably see that what 18-story high complex next to it, Moon Palace. If you can see Kana Rock. Yeesh. I don't know if it's a great spot. Again, I'm not sold on the great spot other than the price was right. And it has the name Macau. And there are attractions up there, right? So it kind of makes it right. Can I charge for a 2-bedroom villa $100 a night? Yes, I don't see why not. The question, though, is what did Macau Hills do? Remember, they're going to have a clubhouse. At one time, when we first talked about this, they were going to have a hotel with restaurants and horses. So now, what actually has it turned into? Because I heard they weren't going to have the hotel. So if they still have the hotel with restaurants, that's cool. Otherwise, it's just a residential neighborhood because there was no designs for mini mart, just a clubhouse with a paddle ball, I think, or pickleball. So I don't really know what they morphed into. So hopefully it's all good. There are a few mega resort hotel chains coming to Macau and Miches to include a Grupo Punta Cana hotel. Yes, yes, that area will explode in the next few years. Yes, exactly. It's already scheduled, which I forgot to mention. I was talking about this on my rant before that the income coming in, the revenue coming in is okay. But remember, DR for 5 years have foregone any import and any duties and taxes that they should be charging to these hotel companies who are building 200, 300, $500 million hotels and getting comfort tour. All these projects being built, comfort tour. That's millions of dollars in taxes that have been foregone that could have helped the citizens. So the question is, why would you do this if you have a lot of people traveling between 2018 and 2020? Well, they didn't know when it was going to end. Let's just say 2018 to 2025. You have all these people traveling, you have all these investors buying. Why are you giving the developers tax cut tax breaks when you know that would have generated hundreds of billions of dollars? There's your roads, there's your sewer, there's your electricity upgrades. That's everything. So instead, you forego that and you go, yeah, yeah, go build your 200, 300, $500 million stuff. Bring your equipment over here and we'll give, these guys don't have to pay 3% sales tax and we'll give them no taxes for 15 years. But keep in mind, anything up to 100 and what is it now, 70 grand, you don't have to pay property tax, right? Comfort Tour, they just say, well, I bought something for 250 now. And so you don't have to pay taxes for 15 years, except there's one little problem. They didn't tell anybody that if my project that I bought in 2020 doesn't get built till 2026 and it had Comfort Tour, 6 years now has gone off. So I'm going to end up with 9 years when it's built, not 15. So again, who wins? The guys that are building all these projects and the developers building hotels who don't have to pay for when they bring equipment in, when they get other special deals, when they're actually selling the comfort tour from the government, bypassing on taxes. That's a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about $1 trillion of projects being built already. And there's no, I mean, they've reduced the taxes. That's crazy to me. And then they're going to give me something like this. Oh, well, we added 16 billion to our GDP. I'm like, you could have added like 100 to 200 billion. Why are we caring about 16? So you can, this makes no sense. Well, again, I'm looking for the well-being of the island because the island people would have been very, very happy with $100 billion if the government would have used it properly. Schools, electricity, roads, bridges, infrastructure. I mean, come on. That goes a long way. All right, we won't get that back. No mosquitoes, breezy, great mountain view. Cool. There we go. Caves with water around the corner. That's right. Horses, buggies, quads. Yes, the entertainment uh, that people have to pay for, by the way. So those don't count as amenities. That just makes it closer. I never count these as amenities. But because they're around everywhere, they don't have exclusivity. But it's in Macau. But again, it was a great investment even now. If they're charging 2 bedrooms for 115, I think I can get 115 per night for a villa if we still have the clubhouse and a few other things at Macau Hills. Plus, I don't remember if they have a beach club or not. I can't remember. So anyhow, but yeah, I think that was a great purchase back in the day at 70 something. Great. And we have a few members here that had purchased at 70 something out there. And the 3 bedroom under 100 grand if you first got in. Then it was like 100, 102 or so. That's a great deal as well. They're not that big, but hey, it is what it is. It's beautiful. Let's go. Brand new, state of the art hospital also coming to Punta Cana. I'm telling you, we made a great choice. Just wait a couple of years and you won't recognize that area. You're right about that. You're right about that. All systems are go because they're still giving out Comfort Tour. The other change is I haven't heard too many condo hotels popping up on the scene lately. Remember earlier this year, at the end of last year, we started hearing about, oh, we're going to have all these condo hotels. I told you that's not it's not a good thing for investors, in my opinion. It really isn't, especially when their design is basically trying to take 30 to 40% of your money. And you're at their whim and you can't even live there. I mean, hold on, I should change that. You can live there, but you won't be in the rental pool. Or be in the rental pool, you can't live there. You're a visitor. All right. It's a timeshare, basically. All right. You're a visitor for up to 2 weeks in high season, 30 days in low season. It's weighted depending on high season, low season. So now we have condo hotels, we have them built already. The one I'm interested in is one by El Cordacito. I can't remember the name of it. What was it? It's by uh, uh, what's that golf course? On the way to El Cordacito, that it backs to one of them nice gated communities they have there. I can't remember the name of it now. Yeah, you see how I then blocked everything out regarding DR. But anyhow, it's right behind there. And the occupancy rates, people spent, it's by Noval, people spent 150,000. You know, Naval always charges more because they're, already have the furniture package built already included. So people were spending 150,000, 170,000, waited an extra 2 years for it to be built, only to find out that their rentals are like 60, $70 a night, $80 a night. This is what I'm referring to because they have low occupancy. They have to lower the rates. So they're not going to beat a hotel. You're not, if a hotel's only getting 80 some percent and you're not at the water, then you're probably not going to get 80 some percent. And you don't have demand, so you can't get 80 some percent. I wish I can remember the name of it, but you guys, if you know the name of it, you can go look it up. I can just keep looking at it. I just can't remember what the name of it was. But again, having all those projects in my head for 5, 6 years was crazy. So now I've just purged. I'm like, forget about it. The only one I know about is Larimar. Actually, I don't even know about them. It's just that they show updates on Instagram or whatever they're doing. There's some pictures show up on Instagram and that's it. But I'm not out here hunting. I'm not looking. I don't even care at this point. All I am is mad because there's a lot of people that invested from the SSN Nation. And sure, anybody that's had theirs delivered, I'm happy. But there's a lot that people bought in 2020, 2021, 2022 still haven't been delivered. All right. So we'll have Johan on next week. And I hope he comes next week. I don't know. He might say I'll be on Friday. I don't know. Whenever he says he wants to be on, that's when we're going to have a live stream. So if you have questions from a top lawyer in Punta Cana, in Dominican Republic, make sure you don't miss this, because as you know, well, maybe you're new here and don't know, it's open mic. You get to ask questions. He'll answer. He's not going to go, well, call me at the office usually. He answers questions. So this is your opportunity to get free advice. Just saying. Come on now. Don't miss it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap this up. Again, I believe I left you with everything. I believe you have to be patient with real estate development. That was our experience with Margaritaville in Orlando, where everything started to build up around it, and now we can walk to great restaurants. Post-retirement travel, man. Stop me. Stop it. First of all, Margaritaville is another thing altogether. Like I said, Margaritaville has a plan, and they have a history of having plans. This is not some unknown company. They said they're going to build all this. They will build all this. They do it. That's what they do all over the world. What we got going on in DR is not that. Because as we know, we'll talk about the two, I would call them the two projects that were off the charts. Cruise on Land, Larimar City and Resort. They have no history of building anything in DR. Their own projects, no history. So, which is fine. That doesn't mean, anything at the time. But now, after their original plans and what they were showing people, they have went near the same direction, but it's different. So when we thought they were going to have like Cruise on Land, a 5,000 person amphitheater, okay, not so much. Water park, full-fledged water park with a wave machine and some other stuff, tubes and stuff, right? Not so much, still a water park, but not what we thought. Casino, no mention. Maybe they still are. Again, I haven't checked. So many things, the attractions like the roller coaster and the dune buggy rides, and okay, well, now there's a little changes, right? For all of this. Larimar, there was going to be the levels where, up bottom level beach club, all this stuff was sounding good, looking good. But in reality, things change. One golf course, two golf courses for Larimar. Bungalow hotels, 9-hole golf course. I don't know about you. I would rather have the bungalow hotels versus a 9-hole golf course when there's already an 18-hole golf course. It ain't like if we go with Dominicans, it's not like a lot are going to be playing golf. And it's not like a whole bunch of other people are going to be playing golf either when they go to the islands. You don't have that many people playing golf. Let's get real. There's freaking so many golf courses, it's ridiculous. So that's not really a thing that was really, really needed. The first golf course, 18 holes, spectacular. If they built a spectacular one, would have been cool. There's no reason for a 9-hole golf course to take up the cliff that has ocean views. That's crazy when you think about it. So again, those changes, I got 2 thumbs down. I want the boardwalk that goes the whole 3 miles, or I'm sorry, 1.8 miles, if that's comes to fruition. This is what we want. I want just what you said. I want the levels, just what you said. I want to see those waters and tequila bars, tiki bars. I want to see all that. I want to see a little waterfalls, just like in the pictures. On second level, coming off second level, going to the first level with the man-made beaches. That's what I don't want to see pools. I want to see man-made beaches, just like it was supposed to be. I don't know, man. I want mini marts underneath the towers, like it was supposed to be. Don't let me get started. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Whatever happened to cruise on land? Don't know the latest. Hey, they're still. I don't know either. They used to show. They started using panels last November or October. So they already had like 4 or 5 floors up on one of the buildings. So I thought panels you can build quicker, but I thought they were going to have 2 buildings up by this time. They're not acting like, oh, but here's the thing. They, to their credit, told their owners that their delivery is 2027, 2 years. Remember, delivery was supposed to be September 2025, December 2025. They now say 2027. I don't know the month, but they've extended 2 years, which means there could be a problem. So that's why you don't hear much about it, because they're not delivering in 2025 or 2026. So you're not going to hear nothing, because all of the buyers are sitting there like, what the? And a lot of buyers don't know about the DR being 5 years to 7 year time frames, even though they're telling people 2 to 3 years. So now that deflated people, because last year when they started building those using the panel process, even George's Charles owns there, and he started saying, oh yeah, it's going to be done next year. I said, well, 1 building's possible, possibly 2, but do they really know how to build panels? I mean, how many companies in DR have used panel building? If they would have already had experience at it, yeah, they could have had 2 or 3 or 4 buildings up. But just like in America, DR had a epiphany and said, I need to get rid of those workers. So I need to jam up all the Haitian workers and move them back across the border. So now that left the developers hanging when the work supply shrank, and now jobs could not be finished or done. Very simple. It's not like rocket science either. So you knew there had to be a slowdown in some capacity, and the majority of the top tier developers were going to say, hold up, we're going to pay people to make sure we have employees. Meanwhile, other places were going to suffer. And now that is the fallout, which we knew was going to happen. But price increase as well for everything. It's the same thing as America's dealing with, because they decide to be like America, put themselves in good graces, which again, I don't know what that means for an island. All I'm going to say is this: since when has America treated any of their island nations with any love? And you think they're going to be different for Dominican Republic after they invaded Haiti in the 1920s to steal the gold and natural resources out of the banks? And now all of a sudden you're like, we'll be different. Yeah. And we'll be different than Puerto Rico. Right. Good luck with that. All right. We're going to be different than Guam. We're going to be different than Hawaii. Yeah. Good luck with that. All right. No latest on cruise on land, but again, they came out and said we're not going to be ready till 2027. That's their new delivery dates. So it's 2 years from now. So that's the 5 year point or 5.5 year point at that time. So that's why you don't hear anything. I don't mind villas built from concrete panels. No, EV place, I don't mind villas being built by concrete panels like Macau Hills either. That just means faster. And I like it better actually on 1 story than I do 5 or 6 or 7. Just to say, I like I like it one story a lot because you just need a foundation, which is easy. You just need to put the panels in place and pour concrete. You can just, if you had the crew, you could be doing buildings every day, setups every day, right? Because the concrete has to cure. You can't just take the panels off after you pour it after one day. They got to cure for a few days. But the point is, the cure for a few days mean you're, well, not done, but your structure is done in a few days. So all you got to do is just keep putting the panels together. How many panels can you get though? Because now Cruise on Land's using panels, Larimar's using panels, Macau Hills is using panels. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a whole bunch of other companies because you save money using panels and you shorten up your time. But again, are you going to have the workers when you're getting rid of them? Are you going to have who building something? That's the problem, right? So again, I don't mind either. I love panels for simple, simplistic designs. My question is for everybody with Horizon. I I haven't never seen a panel building built like how Horizon is going to be built at Larimar. Straight up boxes stuff where you can just pour concrete and let it all meander through the walls and come down and just keep going in a square box. In essence, yes, sectioned off, but I've never seen where it's staggered, right? Like this, staggered, so to speak. So I don't know how they're going to do that with panels. But again, they just told the guys that, speaking of that, at Horizon, um, one of the guys from the SSN Lifestyle, SSN Nation and Lifestyle, told the guy at Horizon that it will be, they moved it. It was going to be, at the time, I told him, they said March 2026. Now, remember, Horizon 1 was supposed to be built again September, December 2025. When he bought, they told him March. I said, that's a lie, man. And he bought probably a year ago. And they told him March 2026. I said, how's that possible? They don't even have a foundation right now. And so here we are a year later, still no foundation built. And they told him July 2027 for Horizon 1, which I'm very happy they did because that's what they should have told everybody at Prime Towers as well. Meanwhile, mind you, the people at Prime Towers and a lot of people at Horizon 1, they've already put down their 50, 60% or more. And they have nothing. Just saying. And they're not going to have nothing next year. They're not going to have nothing the year after. And all we can do is hope, because let's put it, they have an advantage. People who bought a one bedroom for 89, 90,000, 100,000, whatever, 99,000 at Larimar, you're fine. The persons who bought a 118,000 two bedroom, 120,000, 130,000 two bedroom is going to be fine. The people who paid 180, 160, and having to wait for 2 more years, well, I don't know how it's going to shake out because I don't think we're going to have enough tourists coming. We're going to need, if you have to wait till 2027, what you don't understand is you're going to need 11.5 to 12 million. This is going to be 2 more million than what's almost 3 million more need to come, because just on Larimar alone, Prime Towers, all 4 buildings, plus well, let's just say 7 buildings, them by themselves are adding 1,000 units. Cruise on land, them by themselves is going to add another 300 or 400 units. But they now do 7 high, so I don't know how many units that actually added because they were only going to be 5 levels high. Cruise on land is now 7, I believe. So I don't know how many more units. So actually, that could be between those two places. It could be 1,600 units added. Atlanta will be done. So there goes another 4 or 5 or 1,000 units, especially if you add River Island. So just on these 3 projects, you're going to have close to 3,000 units added in Punta Cana. I don't know how this is going to all shake out for everybody if you have a 2-bedroom from one. But again, remember, these are regulated. They're not going to let us all do Airbnb independently. What they're going to do is Cruise on Land says you can have it independently, but 10% plus or minus above our rates. At Larimar, originally, they were going to allow you to do Airbnb. You can't do Airbnb anymore. They're going to have management. So now, no advantage for us who would have bought earlier, who have it 130 or under. No advantage for a person about a 1-bedroom for 110 and under. Now, the guys that's a disadvantage is if you paid 150, 170, 180 for a 2-bedroom. And now the rental number matters because if they tell these people, well, we're charging only 130 a night or 150 a night, nobody's going to be happy. Not even the guys who bought theirs for 120. And if you don't understand and realize, is because you're basically going to get 50%. So in order for you to get 100, your 1%, 0.1% of your purchase price, even a 2-bedroom at 120, they have to charge roughly 240 a night. Because that's 50%, right? And you got to hope that you get over 50, 60% occupancy. And hope you're not in a rental pool where you're sharing with all the available units. Part of the profits, which lowers your profits. Just saying. So these are the problems that's going to come up later if there's not an additional 1 million each year for the next 2 years. That's what they need. It has to be it should have been 9.5 this year. So how are you going to get 2 million next year? It's not going to happen. And if you don't get 2 million next year, then how are you going to get 3 million the following year? You can see where this is going. All right, that's enough. I'm going to end there. I saw how they building Blue Marlin. One guy is pulling a single block up by the rope. Yeah, Blue Marlin. Yes, the old school way. Oh, and by the way, what happened to Oceana? EV Place is Oceana. I mean, they were supposed to have delivery last year, 2024. Here it is, 2025. Is anything finished at Oceana? Even though it's only been 6 months, 7 months. I know what it looked like 6, 7 months back. I don't think there's any way it's finished. Not even one of their buildings, I don't think. But let us know. Yes, that is what they're doing. That's the old school way. And that would have taken, if Larimar, Cruise on Land, Macau Hills, or anybody else did not use panels, then it would have been what we were talking about before. Because I didn't know Larimar was going to use panels. That's why I was talking about 2029. There was no way they would be building 17-story towers and 5 or 6 of them in less than 5 years. There is no way. With panels, you can build 5 or 6 towers in 2, 3 years. That is doable if you know what you're doing and if you have the workforce. But all I'm going to say is, I think I've talked enough about it because, again, I was telling people that Larimar, again, Larimar got a $15 million credit line. That's right. You heard me, ladies and gentlemen. $15 million credit line in Panama. Claire HP is on the Spanish stock exchange, but yet they're doing a credit line with the Panama connection, organization, government, whatever. Not only did they do the 15 million line of credit, which is basically your credit card, it's almost like a home equity line of credit. Okay, you're pledging some asset to get the loan, which is a dangerous proposition. Then these guys even go one step further. They sell bonds to get more revenue. Bonds means you have to give interest, annual interest on bonds. So I'm just like, what the heck? That's scary in itself. So if you're going to be delayed and you have buyers and all of a sudden buyers dry up, how are you going to pay back this money if you have to use it to build? That's a lot of money for a quote unquote company on the stock market, and they are not liquid themselves. Trust me, I understand the frustration. For whatever it's worth, we're now getting bi-weekly construction progress of our Galaxy project. I am talking down to specific details by floor. We appreciate it. Hey, man, 7 years, gonna be 8 before delivery. That's a lot of money that's been sitting. And while the stock market doubles twice, that's tough. And no dividends, no disposable monies used. Luckily, you don't have to worry about it. But all I'm saying is, for a lot of people, they're not in your position, and all them years, and now you could be in a declining market with regards to tourism, and not declining as in the numbers. I'm just referring to who would rent. You could be, and in fact, there's no could be. You will be when you have delivery in 2026. By the time you have yours delivered, you're going to have another 5 to 6,000 units that has been delivered in 2026 ahead of you, from hotel units and short-term rentals. So it's going to be like 10,000 more units are going to be on the market. And if tourism numbers don't go up significantly, which I don't see how that would happen, you're going to be right into a scenario where you're just going to be like in the meandering stage. Because if we just do the same thing we did this year, and all of it they do is add another 500,000, let's say, and it's 9.4, but yet you've added another, at the end of the year, you've added another 12 to 15,000 units. Again, that's not going to be enough, because that turns to 250,000 with just 2 people staying in a place. And now you divide that by 4, and we're talking about another 5 or 6,000. You added double the amount of hotel units and short-term rentals. You got 6,000 more people that want to stay there, but 12,000 more units came on the market. That's not sustainable over a 2-year period. And this year starts as number 1, and next year is number 2 years. So going up 500,000 does you no good. You're still going to be negative 600,000, or 6,000 is going to be available units open. Now you're going to have 12,000, let's say, available units open, that even if you were at 100% capacity would not fill. That's the other thing. When you do mathematics, if you're only full 80% of the time, now you're already short 20% from your top line number from the tourist numbers. So in other words, if we had 9 million tourists come in, and automatically 20% of them aren't going to be staying at your location, at hotels, we'll use hotels, that's the average. That means we're already down to roughly 7.5 4 or 5. Now we're all sharing this, but you added 12,000 units on top of what was already existing. So now there's only one way to go: down, less occupancy for some, more for others, but less for others. But average wise, everybody's going to be sucking. Everybody. And again, I shouldn't use words everybody. There's going to be winners, of course. Some people are going to be right on the beach. They bought their place 7 years ago. Unit, ocean view, 200,000. They're going to charge people $250 a night. People will take it. I mean, so they're still going to win. They'll have high occupancy, 70%, 65. They'll win. Other people who's not as fortunate, who aren't in that scenario, don't have amenities, just a regular old place, and they spent 200 for a 2-bedroom that's not on the beach. They're not going to be able to charge 200 a night. That's where we're going. That's the problem. Investors, that's what we do. We'll see what happens. No clue about Oceana. Oceana was next to La Bruja. When you come around the turn on the way to Los Corrales, like when you're coming down to Citrus or what's Blue Marina looking like these days? Nobody even shows that anymore. But Oceana was right around the turn and on the right-hand side. And they used to have a little showroom right there. And right behind the showroom, you can see the towers. Right before you get to La Bruja on the right-hand side. That's where they are, Oceana. Kind of hidden because there's trees unless they removed them in the fence and things like that. But that was supposed to be built last year. Here goes another year. So they're going to be it's no vol, 5 to 7 year normal time frame. So it's no biggie. She's got EV Place. Atlanta is growing up quickly. They have huge cranes. They've always had huge cranes. But again, I haven't even seen any updates on that. And the one thing they did, which of course is a great thing, is that they're doing their cement mix on site. So that saves time with trucks having to come in. I don't know if they're doing panel building. I don't know, because I haven't seen any of their updates, which I got to look and see since I'm going to have Johan on. I guess I should get up to date to see what the latest things are. But yeah, again, though, they were supposed to deliver their Atlanta, the first phase. It was due, I believe, earlier this year. So, but the usual, again, if you buy from Noval, 5 to 7 years if you're lucky. Because the Reef in Las Terrenas, that's a problem. I think that's already been 4 or 5 years. I think it's already been 5 years. This is going to be 6 years, I believe. And they haven't even started breaking ground because they've got property in a zone that they should not have property to build. It was in like a floodplain-ish type of area. So I don't know how that ever got resolved. But that would cause serious problems. You don't want to build below into water, especially saltwater areas, especially anything. It's just, I don't know how you do that, how it even got approved, but there we go. Again, we'll talk about this all with Johan Confidante. All right, if you guys don't miss it, just stay tuned. Don't miss Friday night at 9:10 p.m. because you never know. He might be on that night, but either way, I'm going to let people know this in the SSN Nation and Lifestyle WhatsApp group. You'll know. And also watch on our post on YouTube channels and on all the social media. I will post it. You guys will know about it. And we have a lot of people. We are up to 70 plus people that purchased in Dominican Republic real estate. All right. So there's a lot of people who have had some deliveries, but there's a lot of people who still don't have deliveries. Just like at Larimar and Cruise on Land. Those alone are double digits. We're talking about 20. So, or more. So we'll see what happens. All right. And don't forget to send me that's what you're doing over at Blue Marlin at that project. Let me know, man. That'd be awesome to get an update like I said, because I'm disappointed because those guys seemed so nice. They were talking a good game. They were sounding honest. And, it's easy to sound like that at the time. This is 2.5 years ago. And, you know, but when pressure happens, when all of a sudden you got to correct things and people aren't happy, all of a sudden sometimes people can't deal. Let's just get real. All right. So anyhow, you guys have the trading situation. You have findhelp.org. Anybody watching this in replay, write it down. Findhelp.org. If you need help, go look. There's a lot of services available to people. You put in your zip code. Go see if there's something there that you need. 80% of the population are living paycheck to paycheck during the month. Record credit card debt obviously is going to be on high. If you need debt resolution, I should always mention this. Tracy, TRACY.sharpe with an E at the end, SHARPE at moneyladder.com. It'll be down below in the description box after this live stream is over if you guys have been here this long. And also the Bancus card every Thursday, 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. They have this meeting. Again, I'm looking at the Bancus card because it's outside the United States. It's a credit debit card. And the reason I'm looking at it is for different reasons than everybody else. When they talk on the Zoom call, here's the Bancus link. Please download it. Yes, you'll have, after you sign up, just sign up. You don't have to order the card. Just sign up so you're in the system, and then you can go understand what's happening. But my perspective is I just like not having interference with your money. And I look at the Bancus card because I used to play online poker offshore before they blocked American citizens from being able to use fiat wire money or use your credit card. They turned on the numbers so U.S. citizens can't buy or send their money out to these offshore poker rooms to play poker. So again, the default, as it turned out at the time, was send Bitcoin, but it was so new that you had to receive, and then they didn't receive it. So that's why I have $10 worth of Bitcoin somewhere, which I'll never know where it is. But I tried to send $10 just to test because it was new, and this is in under 2010, so it was either 2009, 2008, somewhere in there. So when it didn't go through, then that meant I just have it. Of course, back then it was, some numbers and alphanumerics that nobody's ever seen. I never seen it before. And so I wrote down the stuff. I made a copy of it and all this. But then, of course, 5 years go by. Who cares? I don't play online poker because it got blocked that much because it didn't really get blocked. It's just that I had other cards outside of the United States. And so they would load my cards with the Visa MasterCard logo. So then I could take my winnings off inside the United States. And if I wanted to play online poker, I can actually send money to them because they accept credit cards and debit cards. So that's how we were able to still play and get around it because the United States can't block outside of the United States cards. Simple. Bancus card does the same thing. It's outside the United States. So they can't block any transactions, but I can send crypto. I don't have to send fiat. So with CoinX, like I tell people, I'm using that. I send my crypto. I'll send it to my card, to crypto. So now you have a Visa logo. You can use your card in America, just like a prepaid card, because that's it, in essence what it is. That's what it turns into. And not trackable. And some people go, well, it's traceable, trackable, and all this stuff. Again, I'll just say this. If I send crypto to anybody and you don't know my crypto number, my alphanumerics, then it's not trackable. And I'm going to use a simple explanation. if I send crypto to you and you are not on an exchange, everybody know, and let's just say everybody knows my crypto alphanumeric character. I send it to you. You're not on a centralized exchange. You never had to give your photo ID, social security, no pictures, no nothing. It terminates and it says, well, there's a crypto number over there. They can see the crypto transaction. They don't know who you are because you're not in a system like how in America it's regulated, right? So that person, when they send something, somebody has to be tracking them on purpose because they're going to go, okay, well, Eric sent that person some money. We want to find out who that transaction from that alphanumeric got sent to someone else, which we don't know who they are either. So unless there's a reason for somebody to actually track your stuff, there is nobody tracking the transactions, especially when they don't even know who the person is. So I'm just saying, for me personally, it has nothing to do with hiding or anything. I just don't like the United States government, their rogue nation, who does allow banks, brokerage accounts, IRS, everybody else to take stuff, ask questions later. It doesn't happen to a lot of people, but when it does happen to you and you're sitting there like, what's going on? And they're just like, well, we're just want to just take your stuff. We don't really have any reasons. We just want to make sure you don't get your stuff. So when you have that in your life, then you look at things differently. And when you play online poker, like in my case, and the United States government says, oh, we're not going to allow US citizens to play in offshore poker rooms because we're going to protect our US citizens. And we're all just like, protect us from what? I win. They send me my money for years. What's the problem? Oh, well, it's not regulated in the United States. Oh, no, we can't have that. I'm like, what are you doing right now? Yeah, we make money. And when you're an affiliate like myself, they send me money. So I'm just like, what's the problem? America says we're protecting you. Oh, and Dianne Feinstein, I forgot to tell you guys. Oh, I should bring you the letter. I forgot all about this. I got receipts. There was a vote that had to come up on a port bill. That's right, ports, like shipping ports, for security. So when they passed the bill, they attached this UIGEA bill to the port bill because the port bill, due to security, was going to be signed off on by almost all Senate and House of Representatives. Because there's no way nobody's going to not sign it. 9/11 just happened like 6, 7, 8 years earlier. So one of the senators put it into the bill for the UIGEA. And that, in essence, blocked transactions from United States citizens to these offshore poker rooms using your debit cards, credit cards, bank accounts, wires. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. All of it, except for Bitcoin. Just saying. So even though it's trackable and transaction-wise, there's nothing they can do about me sending Bitcoin to some offshore location. You can track it all you want. Ain't stopping it. And they can send it back to me because there was no regulated environment. So the United States government couldn't do jack crap. But again, I didn't make it that far because mine didn't load up with the poker room. They said they didn't see it or whatever happened. I can't really remember. And so it was still sitting in my wallet. So it didn't get sent. So I was like, F this. Since it's new and worth less, 3 cents or 33 cents, it was worthless and it was only $10. I was like, why am I doing all this when I can actually still play online anyhow? Because I have offshore credit or debit cards. So I didn't have to have them send money to me directly. They just sent it to my EU zone or Malta or whatever card it was based out of. And so didn't stop me. And this is what I'm talking about now with Bancus. So that's why I have Bancus out here. All right. That's a Visa debit card. You can send fiat or you can send crypto. Crypto's preferred, of course. And again, I'm not trying to avoid, I don't really care about avoiding. I don't care even if the US knows about it because they can't do shit. That's the point. It's not like I'm trying to hide anything. It's just like I'm just making sure they don't wake up and be like, I think I need to take about 10 G's. Just because. I'll make up some story. No, that's the way I look at it. So, America, when a country is broke, what do? They take bank accounts, they take brokerage accounts, they make sure you can't sell gold and silver. This has already happened 90 years ago. It already happened up until 1970. That's right. Blocking gold and silver sales. And that's why in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, what was the famous that the rich and famous would do? Melt down and make it jewelry so they can go around and keep all their gold and precious metals. They'd wear it as jewelry. That's why that was a thing. So, see, America's not what you think. You are generally a worker. You put in your 401k. You're not doing anything crazy. So you are no threat. But when you start telling people how to do things, make money, show them that there are ways that you can get ahead legally, all of a sudden, and especially when you're a person of color and people and you're helping everybody, you're not just limited to a few people here and there. You're just like, hey, all of a sudden you're a target because you're telling people stuff that's legal and they're saying, shh, 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 stop it. Stop it. We need all these worker people. We don't want them to know that they don't have to put money in the stock market. Are you crazy right now? Where do you think we're getting our free money from? Stock certificates, paper. It's smoke, it's mirrors. And we're getting free money because we own all these shares of stocks of the company. You're increasing our wealth. Why are you telling them something else? See, that's where the situation comes in. Just like Bitcoin's a threat or crypto's a threat, but they allowed it. I mean, let's call it what it is. They had two ways to do this: regulate or not. And since they kept it murky until this president showed up, if you dealt with crypto and tried to do stuff, they were trying to arrest people. If you tried to do an exchange, if you tried to do anything with crypto, they arrested people. So they said, well, now regulate it. Okay, great. But again, I digress. That's why I do Bancus. I recommend Bancus. But again, tomorrow at 2 and 8 p.m., 2 Eastern, 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, they have their Zoom calls. The reason they have the Zoom calls is not for what I am describing. And the reason I say it that way is because I am talking about a Visa crypto debit card. I just want to load it up and it's not inside of America and I want to be able to use it. What they're going to be talking about is that plus the fact that they do have a component to make money from it, which annoys me to death. Just do the debit card, damn it, is the way I look at it. Because I don't really care when people sign up and people buy the metal debit card is $85 shipped to you. They charge $10. So it's $75 plus 10 is $85 shipped to you. The plastic card is $35 plus $10 shipped to you, but the plastic card sold out. So they give like, what is it? They I don't remember. They give a percentage. I don't know what it is. Yes, I've been on the Zoom, but again, I zoom out because I don't really care. If you order the card, yes, there is a component where there's a 4%, 3%, or 1% commission or something. But that's not the thing. Again, I hate that that's part of it. And of course, if you sign up more people, then you do have that. And then when you load your car, oh, sorry, you load your card, that's where they take the 4%. All right. Sorry about that. That's where the 4% comes in. They do give you some commission for when the person orders the card, but I don't care about none of that. It's called preservation of your wealth. That's why people have offshore bank accounts, offshore businesses. That's why they do it. Okay. That's why the wealthy do it. That's why people do that. Because your assets is under siege if you're in America. Think about this. I got some tax stuff, right? Property taxes. Okay. The property tax bill is double what it was last year. All right. Do you know in a lot of southern states that if you miss your tax payments for 1 year, you could be in a situation where they're going to try and put your taxes up for sale after, well, it used to be 2 years, but in some places I'm finding out it could be 1 year. It could be up for taxes. So, in other words, let's just use a number, 3 grand. You didn't pay your tax bill. It's 3 grand plus whatever interest they charge. I don't know. But let's just say it's 3 grand. Somebody buys your tax, pays your tax bill. Generally, you have 2 years. They get to charge you interest too. I mean, it could be 5% or whatever the state allows. And you can pay them back to take the tax lien off of your home. But the thing is, if you don't pay, they could actually file foreclosure and try to get your property. So think about this while you're sitting over here, because if your property taxes, like in mine and so many people's cases, have doubled, and next year, obviously, it's going to rise again. If you don't have the income and you lost your job, and now jobs are hard to find, now all of a sudden, this starts being a problem if that lingered on for a year in some instances. I'm just saying. You could lose your property. This could be land, it could be your farm, it could be anything. So, this is of concern. So, don't think that things can't be taken from you. All right. So, anyhow, I put in the Zoom call, the password, and just letting you guys know. I highly suggest you get a card. Whether you use it or not, it's another story. But the point is, you want outside of USA, because a broke country means one thing only: they will take assets. All right. Just, hey, you could probably search by now. You know what? I'm going to do this search and I'm going to be out of here. Does does the USA government, I'm putting this in chat, does the USA government, not chat, but take citizens' money, real estate, property, safe deposit boxes, confiscation? I want to see what it says. This is going to be very interesting. Let's see. Yes. Okay, this is funny because they're going to use something called don't. The U.S. government can take citizens' money, real estate, and other property through processes like asset forfeiture or by seizing assets to satisfy a debt, such as a tax lien. It can also access safe deposit boxes with the court order, especially in cases of tax debt and criminal investigation. You guys know that they can always say there's a criminal investigation, right? Right? Okay. get you guys up to speed because you don't know where you live. But again, if they want to get your stuff, eminent domain, ring a bell to anybody? Anybody had property in the line of gentrification or roadways or anything like that, and then they turned around and said, hey, take this money, it's 10, 20, 30% less than what the value of the home is, otherwise we're going to do eminent domain? Have anybody had that happen before? Asking for friends. If you haven't, again, you don't know where you live. All right. So these are, AI is doing a lot of they're doing what they should do, because American citizens, if they find out that the government just takes it, not using asset forfeiture, not using criminal investigation, then more people would be a little more concerned. You would be moving a little bit differently. Duffel bag of cash, check. Offshore banks, offshore bank accounts, check. Offshore business, offshore licensing, check. Just like the wealthy guys do. Check. All right. Get with the program. What cards outside the USA? The Bancus card is what I'm referring to right now because it's a crypto related card. So if you do crypto, like for instance, I'll just say I use Coinbase. It's not in the USA. As my broker for trading, I use crypto, send it up. America knows I do. So what? Then when I send it out, I send it to the card, which now terminates, and it goes to fiat, and it's sitting on my card. Simple. Not illegal. Nothing wrong with it. That's how we're moving. So I recommend everybody have their separation from the country. Again, I'm just going to say a few other things. I was born in France, just so you guys understand. A lot of Americans don't know what the United States government does. I said this, told people before. If you're married to a French citizen, which I am not, but the United States and France and all their allies, all the EU zone, they agreed that if America comes calling and says they want out of the French bank, they want documentation on the US citizen about what's in their bank, how much they have, you're going to send it to us, right? France said agree, just along with the other EU countries. Guess what? The other part of this that is of major concern. If that American citizen is married to a French citizen, the French citizen's bank accounts and information also has to be disclosed to the United States government, and the country of France, agreed. Like I said, I'm not really a violent person, but sometimes you want to slap somebody. So now the United States can go in, take the United States citizens' banking, monies, whatever they got in the bank. They can also take the French citizens that they're married to. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know where you live? All right. Think about that. And again, this is not just France. Other countries in the EU zone agreed to this, and around the world, just so you know. So again, this is why I look at things totally different. SSS Nessa. The seamless genius is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Hey, Boston SSN fam is our tagline. Happy Wednesday. Very happy to see you. Catch you next time. I see it. Still trading, doing well. Fam. Oh, that's right. The 8%. It's another week after week after week. And all it took was $100. By the way, I need to talk to you. Send me an email, please, if you're still online. I know you were saying catch me next time. Hopefully I wasn't ranting too long and you get this message. I need to send me what's been happening over the last month. Has it been maybe even a month and a half? Let me know, because that seems so Ponzi to me. 8% a week? That's 32% a month, 350 to 400% a year, especially if you reinvest. That's crazy. That is crazy. You need to look up the Bitcoin black card. Well, yeah, remember when we had this black card by oh, what was his name? Uh, can't remember, so long ago, 5, 6 years ago. Tony Mason, Anthony Mason. No, that's played for the Knicks. Mason. That's all I can remember, the name Mason. They had that black card. I will look it up. So we'll see what's happening. Oh my God, boss, making big money. Oh yeah, I can imagine that 8% a week, wasn't it? Right? Yeah. Send me some info over. You sent me something. I won't share it, obviously, but you sent me your uh, dashboard, I believe, and I think you've already taken out thousands. But at the time, I think you reset it like 100 or 1,000. I can't remember. It was 100 or 1000. I don't remember. But nonetheless, send me over the dashboard like you did before. Let me see what's been happening over there. Let me know if you're reinvesting. Let me know if you're taking out whatever. That would be awesome. Where can we go? Well, the Bancus card, I've already sent that to you. If you're referring to that Bitcoin Black card, I do not know at this time. But the Bancus card, I'm going to put it in the chat room again. That's the link. If you're on an Apple phone, you might have to watch the come at the 2 p.m. or 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow on Thursday and go check it out and ask questions there. If you have an Android phone, it's very simple. You just click that link and it says download the app, and then it's a Bancus app. So it looks like here, I'll show you. It looks like let's go Bancus app. It should be at the end. Yeah, so this is what it looks like when you get to it. Bancus app, simple, right? Here, I'll show you again, Bancus. That's what the app looks like on Android phone. I mean, it looks the same on Apple too, but how you get to it, Apple has steps most of the time. The Android is simple. All right, so very simple. Oh, and did I mention no KYC? Oh, that's major. No KYC for Bancus, and no name on the card either. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Back to it. All right. There you go. I will send you the info on the Bitcoin Black card. It's a MasterCard. Okay, fine. As long as it's outside US, that's what I care about. I don't care about nothing else. That's all I care. All right. When you have a country that's willing to go 44 trillion, 45 trillion in debt and not even sneeze or cough or, you know, I'm just like, okay, we know where this goes. This is exactly like how France lost their world currency. The British lost their world currency. This Spain, Italy, they all did the same thing, printing money, devaluing their currency on a daily basis, and debt. Same thing. We know where this goes. You can use it in any country, and they ask for no so your money is safe. See. There we go. There we go. I like that too. You heard. I heard you. Yes. Same thing with the Bancus card. Again, this is nothing new outside the United States, quite frankly. The US is the one that needs to regulate because they're the ones that's $40 trillion in debt. So they need to be able to scarf up money whenever they can. And one of these days, it may be more than just a few 100,000 people that they're taking money from. It could be in the millions, just like I said. Just people, you really need to do research on 1930s Great Depression, when people woke up and the bank was closed, and then they did bank holidays. So, and that's where people kept their money, and that's why after that time, people kept their money under a mattress in walls, digging up and putting them in buckets in the yard. A whole generation because of that. And like I'll tell people now who may be new here, when I was a little kid, I go to my grandmother's house. She's sitting outside with her friends, and they're talking. So I come up, and so they go, "Oh, hey, my grandson's here," because my grandfather's there, my grandmother's there, and their friends, a few people, other two or three people. So they're just talking. And so I'm sitting there, being cordial and nice because, they're my grandmother, grandfather, and their friends. And I'm saying, "How you doing?" and introductions and this. So as they start, how you doing in school and all this? Okay, fine. A lady comes up. She says, "Hey, guys, I'm sorry. I was going to be here earlier, but I had to go to the bank." It was like, I was like, "What's going on? Did she say something wrong?" Because everybody goes, "What are you doing? Why'd you go to the bank? What do you mean you put your money in the bank?" I mean, the five or six people all said the same thing. And here I am going, "I thought you were supposed to save your money and put it in the bank," in my head. But their reaction cemented something in me because I didn't understand the why they freaked out by putting their money in a bank. As I get older, I found out about the Great Depression. My grandmother was born in 1905. Great Depression in the 1930s. So she was 25 for sure. 25 to 35. She had to live through the Great Depression era. Banks were closed. So banks were off limit after 1940. Who in their right mind would put money in the bank? So the whole time she's growing up and everybody her around her age growing up, you tell somebody they put their money in a bank, they reacted accordingly. So think about this, all right? All right, back to the rant. Let's go. Exactly. Exactly. So this is why I have different perspectives. And that's another reason I have a different perspective beyond the government has already stolen my money. The bank has stolen my money. Government has stolen my money, state and federal. So they have false pretenses. And in case somebody has not seen the $300 million filing against Trump and Elon in Palm Beach County, you should read it because they're talking about all of this trafficking, stealing intellectual properties, threatening family, putting charges against people so they could take their stuff. Oh, this is something for the ages. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, that sounds about familiar. Yep. People don't know where they live, but they might find out now. I was like, you should read this, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, hold on, I still have it up. I'm gonna put it, hold on, I have it up because I haven't read it all. I'm sitting there looking at this like this is in freaking 2025. And again, I'm telling people about this for 40 years. They're talking about all kind of things. You guys would not believe it. It's this person who filed this. This could be sensationalism, but they're giving dates, they're giving times, they're giving names, and it's blacked out in some areas. So I love blackouts because there's some important information that they don't want to give to the public, and they're going to wait till trial if that ever happened. But yeah, they were dropping Elon. They were talking about stealing their software, their IPs, trying to arrest them, putting up fake. Well, I call it fake charges because they put up charges against a person so they can take their stuff. Ooh, it's juicy. I'm just like, oh my God, yeah, the rant is back. I forgot all about this. Here it is in the chat room, ladies and gentlemen. There ain't no excuse. You can't play dumb no more. I've been telling you about all this stuff, but trust me, nobody believed me either when they said, the government wouldn't do this. Oh no, the state, they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't tap your phone. You're nobody. uh, Oh yeah, read this. Ooh, ooh. I'm looking at this like, oh, she's in the Matrix. They're in the Matrix. Nobody believes them, I know, until they file this. Now people are going to go, oh, they're lying. I'm like, hardly. What she's describing is exactly what they do when they need to get something. Yeah, this is some, but there's also other stuff. We're talking about trafficking and sexual stuff, and it goes pretty deep. And they're naming names, they're giving dates, they're giving times, they're talking about coercion, they're talking about medical reproduction. I mean, good God Almighty. This is bad. And it's at the clerk of the circuit court in Palm Beach County. So nobody can say it's fake because you can actually pull up the docs yourself. In fact, let me go up to the first page. Let me make sure. Filed 11/24/2025 at 2:54 and 51 seconds p.m. The 15th Judicial Court, Palm Beach County. And oh, by the way, on behalf of a minor, ah, uh-huh, and everything that happens after that. Because again, let me just give you this because this is human trafficking by force, fraud, coercion, civil damages, intellectual property theft, misappropriation of trade secrets. You know when you guys do those uh NDAs, because you walk into a meeting and you say, hey, everybody sign an NDA because I got special intellectual property. Well, guess what? What if somebody doesn't give a damn about your NDAs? And they're rich and powerful. And they say, F you. You're a nobody. Nobody's even going to believe that we stole this from you. That didn't happen to me, but I'm just saying that happens. And guess what? They're using defendant Donald J. Trump. That's on the first page, by the way. But there's other people mentioned in this. Elon Musk is mentioned in here using this person's intellectual property to claim it as his own to actually make money and not give them their due. Oh, this is great. This is some great stuff. Homeland Security, Elon Musk. This is crazy right now. This is crazy. I'm like, this is wild, but not shocking. Just saying. They're a dangerous individual. All right. So much. See you next week. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap this up. Make sure you give me 2 thumbs up, a like button, subscribe to the channel if you like what we're talking about. We're back. We're monetized now, so you can become members of the channel and you can even make donations now. I think. I don't know. Actually, maybe. So, once again, we're back. And once again, I will be making another video about the Larimar, Dominican Republic numbers. And it's not about the numbers, it's about the fallout. And I made the video already, but now that I'm thinking about it, I could have went and did some other things to add to why, but I think I've done it enough where people can see that declining hotel occupancy stems from building more hotel rooms, building more short-term rental places, and therefore you're going to have a glut of availability, which means prices fall. And all those people that have condo hotels, your prices can't fall. Well, they can fall, but if you thought making 3%, 2% on your money was good, wait till it's zero. And you won't be happy about being in a condo hotel scenario and not be able to adjust your prices so you can make some money. All right. So just keep all that in mind while you're out here thinking that everything's going to be good because you heard that tourism went up in DR. Just there's more to the story. All right. You're lucky it did rise, yes, but you're not lucky enough because there's an overstock, oversupply of available units, hotel and short term rentals. That is not good. And there's people selling their units outright, not pre-construction. They're actually selling their units, and there are great bargains. But are they really a bargain? We don't know, because the market is not anywhere near set, because we need another 2 years, in my opinion, to determine if it's going to be a viable market for doing short-term rentals or long-term rentals. We don't know at this point. We knew 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, even 2024, we knew, because we were over 8 million tourists by air since 2022, or since 2023, sorry, 2023, 2024, and now 2025. So we were already ahead of the curve. It's just that in the last 2 years, now comes the 6 to 8,000 short-term rentals, 8 to 10,000 hotel units annually. And with that, we can't stay within 400 or 500,000. We need 1 million each year, million. And short of that, supply sits on the market, which now means I can't rent as much. But if you didn't buy in 2020, 2018, 2017, you're going to be at, or 2022, and even into 2023, if you bought then you could weather the storm potentially, because your rate that you need to rent for is going to be less than somebody buying now. That's the kicker. Again, we could get 2 bedrooms in Los Corrales for, well, quite frankly, in El Dorado, you could get a $70,000 2 bedroom in 2000, even in 2021. Now, though, that 2 bedroom might be 170, 180, and the other 2 bedrooms by Noval are 220, 225, 230 is what people want. These are condos, not even villas. I'm sure they are realizing they're not going to get that now. But the fact of the matter is, some people did buy at those prices, a 1 bedroom at 170. You can go look right now on Airbnb and go look at Los Corrales in Punta Cana area. And you'd be hard pressed to find a 1 bedroom that you can rent for 150 a night, let alone 170. And you're going to be hard pressed to rent a 2 bedroom that's not on the ocean for 225 a night and get high occupancy of at least 50%. You're going to be hard pressed. You can go look for yourself. So therein lies the problem. And imagine them adding Blue Marina, which might be ready by now. They added the Garden, which they just added last year. They should be ready, fully finished with the whole project now. So you've added, just in that area, plus the ones out back, you probably added, plus Blue Marlins. So you probably added at least another 1,000 units in Los Corrales, El Cordecito area. So those people, some of those people need to pay, they need a higher rental rate, and it's not going to cut it. If you have a 1 bedroom and you see all these units that are $50, $60 a night, $70 a night, and you bought your unit for 170, and you're not getting 0.1%, you're getting half of that, less 20%, you're in single digits, like a 1 or 2 or 3% annual return, and you didn't buy bonds. No, now you're at risk every year of either paying or not. And then some people are going to say, I'll again, I hate hearing, I'll take the appreciation. I'm like, how are you caring about that? You're paying HOA fees every month. You have to pay for upkeep. You're giving somebody 25%, usually management, of your money or more. So all that money you're paying out and giving away, even if it's $500 or $600 per month, that's $6,000 a year you didn't have to pay. So if all you care about, that's 6,000 a year in appreciation that you're not getting. So you do that 5, 6, 7 years, fine, you can do that, but now you're missing out on the other side. Not only am I paying 6,000 a year, but I'm only getting 1 to 3% of my money or less Inflation, I'm not even keeping up with inflation, and I'm giving out 6,000 a year, let's say. That's not a good combination. So now when you tell me 5 years later, hey Eric, that condo I bought for 170 is worth 240, I'm just like, okay, so what? You paid $6,000 a year for the last 5 or 6 years. It's to make sense, it better be worth 230, 240. What are you talking about right now? That's what you're calling appreciation. Again, that's not cool. So it either way, and we don't know if it's going to appreciate if we don't have buyers, right? If there's no demand for buyers, then there's no appreciation. Let's just get real. So you're betting on a situation that everything keeps growing. And you have the United States of America trying to interfere in Dominican affairs. Hegseth came apparently to the island. I don't know why. Talking about building a base there. If America builds a base on your soil, you should be a little afraid if you are a country. We have bases in South Korea. We have bases in the Middle East. Is any place safe because military bases are there? Asking. Let's get real. Okay? Let's get real. That is not saviors coming in to protect the people. All right? They're there for strategic reasons to do some harm to somebody in the area. So let's stop with this acting like America is something that they're not. America's great. America's grand. Yes. But at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that affects people. And this could affect the island of Dominican Republic just by thinking of putting a base there. When, again, I said this on Monday. Why not put a base next door 50, 60 miles away like there used to be and still have little remnants of bases on the island of Puerto Rico, which is a U.S. territory? Why aren't they going there? Why aren't you curious? Navy bases, Air Force bases on the island, Ramey Air Force Base, and what was the other one? The Navy base. I can't remember the name of it. Both. And a lot of shells are in the ocean. That's right. Live rounds shot, used in that area, just so you guys understand. Toxic. So when you say you want a base like Puerto Rico, look at Puerto Rico now. They still haven't cleaned up all that garbage that they left. So be very, very careful what you're doing. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to wrap this up. I went a little rant tonight. It's 3 hours. I went longer than usual. Hey, boss, I sent you 2 emails, so check it out. Talk with you soon. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, everybody. Again, I used to go on these rants. I still do now. But again, I'll get, demonetized again for harmful rhetoric. But the truth is the truth. You guys can, since we have Google these days, you can actually go Google. Go Google. Here, in fact, I'll just do this before I go. How much toxic chemicals and weapons were left in Puerto Rico after Air Force Base and Navy base closed? Let's see what it says. Google. AI Google, by the way. Vieques. That's it. The Navy base. Vieques. Toxic. You're not even supposed to go there, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know. After the U.S. Navy closed its base in Vieques and the Air Force left Ramey, toxic chemicals and significant amount of unexploded ordnance UXO remained. Cleanup efforts are ongoing at both locations, with the Navy having removed over 129,000 munitions from Bancus land. But much work remains, particularly underwater. At the former naval station known as Roosevelt Roads, which is the actual name, 82 sites require assessment for hazardous waste like mercury, lead, and PCBs. Now, do you understand, Dominican Republic? They left this stuff, U.S. citizens or Puerto Ricans. All of that stuff, they don't give a damn about. It's still there after 30, 40 years. That's right. And that's what you want to bring and are all happy about. This is what's going to happen with you. Let's get real. All right. Let's go in 2019. Puerto Rico, Vieques still reels from U.S. Navy bombing. That's right. They had to, not that they bombed Puerto Rico, they used to practice. So that's why. That's exactly why. Here we go. There are only 2 remaining military installations in Puerto Rico. U.S. Army, small Fort Buchanan, which that's nothing, and Prang, Puerto Rico Air National Guard, which is what it is, Air National Guard, Muniz Air Base, C-130 Fleet, which again, that's these are just outposts for the most part. Nothing crazy. The main abandoned military base in Puerto Rico is Roosevelt Roads Naval Station, which closed in 2004. Ramey Air Force Base near Aguadilla, which was deactivated in 1973, is now home to an airport. So, again, did nothing for the island people, did nothing right now to clean up all that garbage. Still there, still harming humans and people that live on the island like it's no big deal. Just so you guys understand. All right? Don't get exactly. Go to bed. Night, night. Exactly. Just got money you can't say. You can't say. All right. Well, any money is appreciated, no matter where it comes from. Always lovely. Thank you. Appreciate it. And again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I've been on a rant tonight. It's been a long time since I've been on a rant. I've been trying to do everything under 2 hours. But tonight, I got a little excited because we're talking about Dominican Republic. You can't say this. Oh man. Oh, you're right. I can't say this. When I come back in the United States and they go, let me see your social media. Oh, you're talking bad about us. Detain that U.S. citizen. Send them over to the concentration camp. Man, I would not be surprised. Oh man. Hey, so much for freedom of speech, right? And opinions. Funny how the guys that always talked about they're always been a target, they're targeting people. It's like the guys that always bitched about being targeted are the ones targeting everybody. 70% of the population. Don't say bad things about me. I'll throw you in jail. I'm like, dude, 50 or 60% of the population don't like your ass. I'm like, what are you talking about here? Now you feel upset after all this crap you've done to try and hurt people? That's crazy. I mean, good grief. Man, I think they used to say that's like a narcissist or something. Man, you're hurting people and they can't say F you. Like, good God. That's insane. But of course, the power of the government, you can throw people in jail for, yeah, hey, you don't even have to throw them in jail. You can just hold them in a black site. I mean, this is where we're living at, man. This is crazy. Okay, enough. People are like, this dude's losing his mind. That's right, I'm losing my mind. When you've been a target, of course you're going to lose your mind. Now it's all for the world to see. It's right there in broad daylight. back in the day when there was no social media and no videos and stuff, people would never believe it. They were just like, "Yeah, you're lying." No, I have receipts. You could have faked it. It's a Xerox copy. That. Oh my God. I got to have a little fun with it, ladies and gentlemen, because I've had one of the most awesome lives known to man, in my opinion. A lot of people would say, nah, but trust me, I have. It's been awesome. So I have to say, learning how dirty our government and federal systems work, if you're a target, and what triggers they use, and finding this lawsuit now where the people are explaining what they do. And I'm just like, that's exactly what they do. She's not lying, or whoever is doing this is not lying. I can tell them with certainty some of the things they're saying must be true, because these are the same things I used to tell people, and they'd be going, "You're lying. That doesn't happen. Government don't do this." Okay. Okay, I just want you to get money on your channel. Oh, Tamara, Larry, thank you so much. Well, unfortunately, let's just put things in perspective. So, you know how social media is supposed to just be like random, people come watch and everybody can just find it and all this, right? I've never had that. So there is no videos. Okay, I shouldn't say none. There's thousands of videos on my channel. If you can find 10 videos that have over 1,000 views, you would be awfully lucky. Videos only get 50, 100, 200 views normal for 6 years almost. So it's not random. There is interference. It's not just a random thing like, oh, yeah, well, only American citizens watch your content, even though you talk about, let's see, Greece. You made videos about Greece and Singapore and Dominican Republic and Canada and Mexico. Even though you talk about real estate and investing and starting businesses offshore, 99.9% of all watchers of the channel are from the United States of America. For 6 years. And some would say, well, hey, it's just the algorithm. Oh, she didn't use the word shadow ban. Yes, yes, yes. Be careful. Have I ever been careful? You've heard me talking smack because I don't really care. See, this is one of the things right here. If I had to rely on money from YouTube, then that's never been my thing. Because I already knew what was going to happen, because all of the social media that I have, all of it, nothing goes viral. Zero. So, like I said, if you found 10 videos that I have over 1,000, you'd be lucky. If you had any Instagram post, any Facebook post, any TikTok post, if you could find 100 views on any of them platforms I just mentioned, you would be lucky. There is one platform that I do have 1,000 views. You know what that is? YouTube Shorts. But you know, I got to be in like Las Vegas showing something. I got to be in, I mean, even DR showing the beaches and stuff usually doesn't do 1,000 views. So, but occasionally on the shorts, we get 1,000 views, 1,200 views occasionally. But most of the time, it's 400 or 500 or less. So, yeah, if people believe that social media is open and always has been, no. Because once again, you have to silence people that know what's going on and tries to help people. You are viral. That's how I found you. Tamara Larry. Yeah, you know how? Because you were lucky enough out of the 200 to 300 people that found my video. That's what happened. Because most of my videos are 200 views or less. I mean, 99% of videos have less than 200 views, even after 6 years. I've never had a video come out and it just is 1,000 or 2,000 views. No live streams ever have even 100 people watching at the same time. Never has happened. Never. And I do 3 times a week for the last 4 or 5 years. Never. Always 50, 20, 15, 30. Never thousands. Never even past 300 or 200, I don't think. So when you say shadow ban, I say you right. You say restriction by algorithms, I say you're right. Doesn't matter which platform, Snapchats, it doesn't matter. All the social media. TikTok, which is allegedly Chinese. TikTok, a few videos had 1,000 views. Well, they're not real videos, but they're 1 minute little snippets, just like shorts. The ratio of them being 1,000 views to all the others combined, I have a better chance to do TikTok and have 1,000 views than anywhere else. So the interesting thing is this. People say, okay, Eric, you're right. I checked all your stuff. Instagram, less than 1,000 followers. All the posts have less than 5 or 4 or 3 people after 5 years. So when you start looking at each and every platform, you would think one platform you would have 1,000 people or so in the mix. And the answer would be, you're wrong. No. So then, what happens next? How do people find out more? It's because iHeartRadio, iTunes, podcast channels. I'm on that too. So when you say 100 on YouTube and 5 or 10 or whatever on all the other platforms, that's not a lot of people. But hey, 5 people's a lot of people because we're helping people. So it doesn't matter. Findhelp.org, courtesy of Matthew Lesko, the late night guy that did grants and all that, wearing the question mark. So that's the thing. So I already lived and been living with diversification by having to do things differently and move differently because I am under a different rules than most people. There will never be where all of a sudden the algorithm goes, oh yeah, he's all good. I had a little not run in, but I talked with Google one time after 4 years. And I said, hey, how is it that I talk about real estate, I talk about stock market, I talk about credit, I talk about real estate outside of America, inside of America, business outside of America, inside of America, investments outside of America, inside of America. How is it that in my back office it shows 99.7% of all the viewers are from the United States? Their response was, oh, only US citizens must like that stuff. I was like, what are you talking about right now? I was like, are you serious with this? I said, I talk about Mexico. I talk about DR. I talk about EU. I talk about stuff all over the world. Investment is universal. Real estate's universal. Stock markets are universal because all the continents have a stock exchange. Gold, silver, Bitcoin is all over the world. So you're telling me for 5 years, only US citizens watch it? Yes, Eric. It must be. It's just you. Yeah, that's how it is. I'm like, okay, whatever. You guys are clowning right now, but all right. Oh my God. There are more. Yeah. We are listening. You have way more people than you think. Thank you, Tamara, Larry. Yes, I know this. That's one of the things that I always told people. I would say, they'd go, hey, man, you have all these subscribers. I said, don't worry about that. Actually, what is interesting is, even though there's manipulation, I said, do you realize you could see a video right now and it says 200 people watch my video over the lifespan? Like, you can look at it right now. This live stream probably say 200, since it's 4 hours, so it'll say 250, let's say. But what they don't understand is I share it in other platforms that don't register on YouTube. So there's an actual other loop cycle where 250 they show views, but how many views were on the podcast network, iHeart, iTunes, and all that? Well, see, that's the thing. There's other views. So you start adding 100 there, 200 there, 1,000 there, but that's on a whole nother platform nobody knows about. You start finding out when they go Rumble, which there's only a few videos on Rumble, right? Where does that go, right? So there's together, it starts being thousands. And some are unstoppable, which is the beauty of it, because they can't control every damn thing. So that's the beauty of it. So I thank you for that. And yes, I realize that. That's why I used to tell people, even though my video is going to have 150 views, I don't really care. Does not matter. Because the number one goal is, I've had one hell of a life, and I always try to help other people because of it, even with government interference. So even with stolen assets. So I've always had that. 144,000. Oh, by the way, you know what's very interesting? I've been on here, I think it's 5 years. No, it's more than 5 years. 6 years and a half. You know what? This is funny right here. I'm going to tell you guys something. 6 years and a half. Do you know? I don't even believe I have 1 million views. Think about this. Over 1,000 videos, not over 1 million views. Think about it. Think about it. It's not too hard to figure out. 1,000 videos, 1,100 videos, not even 1 million views. I might even have 1,200 by now. But the point is, over 1,000 videos, not even 1 million views. That's all you need to know. That's less than, isn't that less than 10 views a video? If I'm not mistaken. 100 views. Sorry, that's 100 views. If you don't have, hold on, let's see. 10,000 times 100. Is that 1 million? Yeah, not even 100 views. There you go. 10,000 times 100. Since not even 100 views, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe that? After 1,011, it's even worse. 1,100 videos, not even 1 million views over 6.5 years. And okay, I shouldn't say no because it's not absolute, but less than 5 people a month from outside the United States, 6 years. That is the ratio. Less than 5 viewers from outside the United States. And the reason that came up a few years back was because people used to show their back office. So I was trying to figure out what was I doing wrong. So I was looking at their videos and I'd be like, well, there's one thing on their video they show international viewers from different countries. So I went in my back office and I was like, wait a minute. I have no viewers from international, just United States viewers? Something's wrong. I'm like, what the heck's going on? Clearly, something's wrong. And from that point on, once I realized that, and then Google told me that BS about, yeah, only US citizens watch you, and you're talking about real estate and investing all over the world and doing all this stuff. I was like, that doesn't even make sense. I said, okay, you're tripping right now. That's not how an algorithm would work. If I'm talking about something in a different area, different country, then the algorithm should have more people from that country, or some people, or even more than one from that country, you would think. And he's like, nah, I don't think so. I'm like, okay, stop playing, man. This is algorithm. This is computers. This means that in order for that not to happen, you have to do something to make it not happen. Because organically or any other way, that would not work that way. If I'm talking about Dominican Republic, I should have viewers from Dominican Republic. The fact that I have one does not make sense. If I'm talking about Athens, Greece, and investing, and I make a few videos about Athens, Greece, I should have more than one person from Greece watching my video, you would think, or around the world, because people want to make investments in Greece. Kuala Lumpur, talking about TRX property, you would think somebody over in Asian markets might be interested, along with United States citizens, Canadian citizens, Japanese. But the fact that nobody from that whole side of the world is interested, nor anybody around the U.S., outside of U.S., would be interested is far-fetched. He's like, nah, it's not far-fetched. I'm like, well, then our conversation is over, because you're just getting me upset now, acting like somebody's stupid. But anyhow, 144,000. I like that. I like that. I like that. But anyhow, thank you guys for your support over all these years. I love you guys. You know how we do this. Trying to make life better for you, better for everybody, and not play around with the okey doke nonsense. So once again, we take chances every now and then, and other times we have to invest and we have to think logically about our future. Right now, you should be thinking about trust, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? I'm going to make a video about it. Some of you are going to say, hey, I don't know about trust, Derek. I'll tell you what, go to Chat GPT, put in the trust. Say you want to do a trust. Again, livable. You can ask questions. You can talk, ask questions. Is a livable trust? What's that mean? Okay. And if you're worried about lawsuits, America's the number one place for lawsuits, then that means you should be thinking about another type of trust that protects your assets. Most often known as an irrevocable trust. But again, a lot of people have reservations about that, because you give all your whatever your assets you put in, you can't get out. And you're going to have to be at the mercy of whoever is your trustees to hopefully they do the right thing. Because trustees can go rogue. And then the only thing that bars them from doing that, you have to have rules or guidelines in place, which allows the beneficiaries or even the grantor to say, hey, they're not doing this right. But again, it could be all over but the shouting if somebody tries to liquidate your trust and it's not known to you. And all of a sudden, the trust signs over a deed to somebody, takes the $1 million and doesn't disperse it to the beneficiaries, keeps it. And now the beneficiaries have to sue people, right? I mean, let's get real. That happens. So that is why it's a danger and a good thing. Just depends. You got to make sure that you trust whoever, and trust is, like I said, when it comes to money, properties, and things like that, it's hard to trust people, and people go rogue. So again, that's why you make a trust. Someone else is the grantor. You are the trustee for your lifetime. Now, after your lifetime, you have to make sure you have rules in place that the trust is ran a certain way for whoever you have as the succession. Whoever's succeeding you as the next trustee or trustees, you got to make sure that you trust them, which is again very hard word to trust when it comes to money, properties, and all kind of things that's related to assets. But you got to make sure your trust has it in place. What's to happen? You disperse it to all the beneficiaries. You make sure that everybody in the fam knows this is how it's going down. So then they can give a little pushback immediately because the rules are inside your trust. You can try to form trust with any of the chat GPT-esque type places. Just go, I want to form an irrevocable trust. What's the ramifications? Do you have any recommendations? You can do all this. And then you take it down to see an estate planner and see if that meets your criteria. You can put it all together. And how much does it even cost for Chat GPT? You can use Chat GPT free up until a certain point for one day. Then it renews for free because they go to their little, default AI. Once you use it a certain amount of time or asking a certain amount of questions, but just use it for 5 to 10 minutes. Or it doesn't really matter. The first time you can use it and ask questions. It'll come up with the generic, or not generic, but they'll come up with answers. But just make sure it meets federal and state, whatever state your trust is going to be in. Just make sure it meets all those guidelines. In Chat GPT and AI, luckily, says, yeah, due to this law. And then you can say, is there any recommendations? They'll say, yes, since you don't have this in there, like a spendthrift, for instance, right? You don't have a spendthrift in there. You might want to add that. Why do you want to add that? Is because the spendthrift, just so you understand, well, I shouldn't get into it, but okay, I will. The spendthrift, just so you understand, it is based on your beneficiaries. If the trust is giving your beneficiaries money, any of the beneficiaries getting a lawsuit, the money that you have going to them could be taken. So you got to put in spendthrift provisions, right? There has to be language in there that this is some sort of distribution. So therefore, it's not going to be part of any lawsuits, or you got to protect yourself. All right. So it'll tell you this is the recommendation that you don't have in there. It'll tell you that. That's the beauty of AI. It makes people more powerful than what they know. You just have to ask, what's the recommendation for my state and under federal laws? Here it is. The other reason about irrevocable trust is because your assets are in there. This is the number one thing that I think is on the list. As you get older, you get sick. As you get older, if Medicaid is still around and you qualify for Medicaid, the first things they do is look at your assets to see if they can grab, or because it's going to cost money, they're going to try and grab it to sell it so they can get the money so it pays for the Medicaid, right? That's the easiest way I can explain it. So if you put it in an irrevocable trust, the grantor, which could be you or it could be somebody else, but you can give your asset into the trust. You don't control the trust because you're not the trustee and you're not a beneficiary. So therefore, if you get sick, which a lot of people will, and you need to be in a nursing home or you need to be in a hospital and they're looking for your property that they can attach something to or take, it's not going to be able to be taken because they have a 5-year look back. So if you get sick after 5 years after being in the trust, then they can't touch that property because it's no longer your property. You have no access to it. The trust bars you from being able to sell it, or you basically have given it to the trust. You don't own it anymore. So now they can't take it. So all your assets of any value could be in separate trusts, same trust, whatever, irrevocable. The reason irrevocable works is because the word means exactly that. Anything you put in a trust is irrevocable. If you put cars in there, guess what? It's not yours anymore. If you put homes, apartments, it's not yours anymore. The trustee controls whatever you wrote down as the rules of engagement. If you say the homes could never, none of this could ever be sold, then that's what the trust says. It can never be sold, none of it. I want it to pass down to the heirs, or, which is, or I want the, if you dissolve the trust, then the beneficiaries get an equal amount. That means you sold everything. So it says you're allowed to sell, but if you sell, the beneficiaries divide it up equally. I mean, you can write whatever you want in there, but you just got to make sure that it meets state, federal guidelines or state and federal laws so nobody can breach it. Because again, people sue trust too once they find out you have one. Because remember, nobody even needs to know you have one because it's not in your name. So the trust could be whatever name you want, not your name, just whatever name you want. So you don't have to file it either because it's nobody's business. It's private. A house says it's in this trust, and here's the trust because it goes the house, the name of the trust and the trustees is going to be on the deed that you sent it to. The car that you gave, or cars, or homes, apartments, or whatever. But since you aren't the trustee, then your name doesn't appear anywhere, and you don't own it since you gave it to them, as you signed over all your assets. So it's that simple. I mean, I don't know how much easier I could make this. And so there's pros and cons for each one. I mean, not each one. There's people feel there are pros and cons if you have an irrevocable trust, which there may be and there are. Because once you put it in there, you can't go, I want it back. That's the main thing. It's like it's done. And what are you going to do? Sue your own trust? I mean, crazy. But other rules, like you could say beneficiaries might want to get a little, I need more money or whatever. No, you just put provisions in there that says the disbursement of money is up to the discretion of the trustees. That'll be a recommendation. So in that way, there's no mandatory disbursements. And therefore, when somebody comes up and says, hey, one of the beneficiaries go, hey, I need money for my rent money. I need money. And they're over there like using the money for drugs or something. And you're like, sorry, I'm not going to disperse that to you. In fact, like on my trust, I have, if any of the beneficiaries are having any problems, then they have to go, the trustee has to, they can withhold anything, any disbursements until the person goes to rehab or whatever they need to do to get their self back right. Yeah, I got that. I'm just saying these are the type of things that you need to put in because you want people to be of sound mind and body all the time, even though they're you're dead, even though whatever. But again, after you set it up and you have, even if you put a brokerage account or however you're going to fund it, you have monies coming in from businesses tied to this, but you want your beneficiaries, if you give them money, you don't want them throwing it out the window. You got a gambling problem? No. We could, no, we'll just keep it. You can fix yourself. We'll help you fix yourself, but the disbursement's not coming, you know, because they have this thing about the well-being of people, right? That's what I'll use. There's another term for it, but the well-being. So you can say, rent. They call it hymns, right? I use the word hymns. It's like maintenance. So it's maintenance. So if you wanted to, you could pay someone's rent, mortgage. If you wanted to, you could pay somebody's the beneficiary's medical insurance. Uh, so things like that. That's what the trust fund kids, right? The, right. That's the idea. You don't have to. I'm just saying, but that's part of what the trust would be set up for if it has revenue coming in and you want to offer the beneficiaries down your line to be able to get a little bit of money and a little bit of help to live. Which, let's face it, all of our children at this point, if they're like, well, 30s and under, it's going to be rough out here. The cost of living is off the charts. It's crazy, and it's only going to get worse because America's printing more money to survive. So that means the prices are going to cost more just in the next year and 2 years. It's going to be more. So again, a guy again today, $140,000 is above the poverty line now. A guy came out and told the truth, and he got pushback. And some people said, no, 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 he's about right. That's about the ballpark. Six figures, 120 is about poverty. I mean, I've been telling you guys this for a long time. This thing about making 60 a year and 50 a year is not sustainable. If you have a house, you owe already 10% in property taxes and insurance annually or more, 10 to 15%. Your mortgage is based on 33. They fudge the numbers. They'll allow you to get a 35% mortgage. So now between your mortgage and the other, you're already at 50% of your money's gone to just your house that you haven't even bought groceries yet. And if you have children, you haven't even bought school clothes and food and upkeep for them either, which is now off the charts. Hundreds of dollars per month if you have children. And never mind about transportation and all that. So you're going to be living paycheck to paycheck real fast. Just off. And if you have to pay for your health care, good luck. Because now, I mean, each person, I mean, you could be talking about $800 a month for a family, $1,000 a month. So now you can easily see you could be 20, 80% of your income gone before you even wake up. And you haven't even done anything yet. No emergency has came up yet. So this is what we're living in right now. So just think about it. All right, here we go. Thank you. I need help again. Tell your wife. She know I am weak. Okay. All right. Well, you got her phone number, don't you? Or hit me up. All right. Hopefully you've taken some of those good some of that good ointment and stuff. I hope you did, because that does help. All right. I was showing people my picture from 5 years ago, my ID from 5 years ago on Monday's live stream. I got a new driver's license. So I said, my God, I don't even look much different than 5 years ago. I was like, oh, I'm impressed. I was happy. Hey, that's what happens when you have the natural food wonders around you and you put that natural stuff inside your body, and you have hormones that are balanced a little better. All of that helps out greatly. And it also helps if you have no aches and pains, because that's inflammation. That's your mind is stressed a little bit, anxiety. So it always helps if your health is pretty much on an even keel. You can go to sleep and wake up, and you take care of yourself. That helps. But what you put in matters. All right. So I'll leave this with one other thing about health is wealth, because I we have sourdough and the bread. We have bread, which is carbs, but yeah, you can have a little carbs. But you will be surprised if you get fresh, no chemicals bread, and you're eating this for just 2 to 3 weeks. I dare anybody to get sourdough baked, nothing artificial and all that, right? And not go down the bread aisle. If you do that for 2 to 3 weeks, you don't go down the bread aisle and all you get is fresh bread. I swear, you will go to the grocery store, start walking down the bread aisle, and you will notice there is a distinct smell. You'll be like, holy smokes, you can actually smell bread. It's incredible. So, can't remember where we were in Vegas, and I think we couldn't find the bread aisle because the stores have these. You know what they do? They do stuff like, so let's just say there's aisles. So you just go up and down aisles, right? So instead of doing what most places do, and come to think of it, a lot of places don't, but instead of putting the alcohol in an alcohol only section, what they do is they block off the aisles by putting up like the beer or the boxes of alcohol to block a row. So you'll be just walking by and all of a sudden it's like you'll run into the alcohol like a dead end. So they create these little boxes, right? And I was like, I'm looking for bread because I saw a sign that said bread, and I was just like, okay, what the heck's going on? So then I'm walking down in the aisle, and then all of a sudden I said, oh my God, I smell the bread. It's over here. And people were looking at me like, did he just say he smells the bread? I was like, the bread's over here. I can smell it. And it was like 2 hours over. And my uncle's like, I he goes, I thought you were joking. I said, no. It's actually because we don't eat this. He goes, yeah, I noticed you guys all you get this sourdough for me and stuff, and the special bread that doesn't have chemicals in it. I said, exactly. I said, but you can smell it after you never go down the aisle to that section. You'll be like, oh my God. So he couldn't believe it. He was just like, you actually could smell the bread from 2 hours over. I said, yeah, it's a definite smell. That's how you know it's not good. All right. All right. Been fasting since I was 13. We are unleaven break. Eric, do it all the time. Yeah, fasting does reset your body. Just saying. It does have some uh health benefits. And you don't even have to do it like, some people are like, I'm doing it for 3 or 4 days and all that. No, you could actually do like 24 hours and that will work. You can actually do 18 hours, no food. That does something as well. But 24 hours does something as well. So yeah, that's a thing. I don't do it myself though. I've never done any. Well, it's only in theory I've never done fasting because we've all like due to ripping and running realized, oh, I skipped breakfast. I woke up, went to bed at 9, 10, 11 at night, woke up 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning, whatever. Didn't eat anything. It's noon now. So, and then you're just ripping and running, had to go to DMV, whatever. Now it's 2 or 3 in the day. So actually, it's like, okay, 12 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours went by. And it's like, oh my, it's 6, 7 at night. Done that a few times. So by accident, it happens because I'm not even thinking of anything. Got a little water or some little to drink on the day, but ripping and running. But I don't actually just fast normally. But I don't even eat like, let's see, 7 at night, 12 hours. Because again, I get good night's sleep. Sleep is good. So then I, might eat 14 to 16 hours later. And even then, I don't even really do much. Like I said, there's a whole nother protocol that we can talk about. But I do things with all natural. I make a shake first. So just so you guys know, since I'm talking about it, let's get into it. The shake, because this also helps with your brain. All right, making new brain cells, clearing the plaque off your brain. That's right. You have electronics, ladies and gentlemen, just like your car battery has acid, right? Well, think of it as when you eat food, drink stuff, there are neurological inhibitors that block. And there could be plaque and other things on your brain. Your blood doesn't move minerals through your body. It's got to be clear. A lot of people have high blood pressure. Well, you want to increase your brain cells? Let's go. That's why you need a pen, pad, and paper. Lion's mane, MCT powder, not MCT oil. MCT oil can upset your stomach. So, MCT powder, lion's mane powder is a mushroom. All right. Blueberries. Just for starters, those items I just mentioned, you need to get new brain cells, right? Right? You've been drinking, you wreck some of your brain cells. A lot of people drink alcohol, you've been wrecking your brain cells. You need to grow new ones, right? Okay. You need to clear some of your neurological ends to make sure there's no plaque on your brains. Those three things ready. Banana. Just saying, you need avocado for omegas. You need to reduce your inflammation so no swelling on your body or your brain. This is great, by the way. People that have neurological, like Alzheimer's, they use the word dementia, but dementia has nearly 100 different things on dementia. So you got to be more specific. But anything that has to do with your brain, with memory and loss and memory and all that, you need to clear and make sure your brain has all the power it can get. Water, by the way, is also good for you. But you don't need to do like the stupid 8 ounces, 8 glasses a day stuff. But your brain needs water as well. So you need to make sure when you make your shake, put water. Simple. Put all this stuff in the shake. You need kale. All right. Kale, spaghetti, spinach, kale, spinach, banana, avocado, omegas. You need that. Okay. Just for starters. Turmeric powder and black pepper, because turmeric, you need a precursor, which is black pepper. There is powder that comes with turmeric or curcumin and black pepper. Killed the same birds with one stone. The other thing, you can always add lemons, oranges, apples, just to change up the flavors. Orgain vanilla powder, the superfoods. Yeah, it's going to cost you about 28, 30 bucks. 18 ouncer, 50 superfoods, blue label. Okay. All right. So it's Orgain vanilla because it gives you a little vanilla flavor, right? Okay. You guys got all this. Oh, you don't have. Okay. 1 scoop of Orgain, put in the blender. Half of the blender should have water. Ice and water should be half of the blender. Rest of the stuff goes in on top. Honey, because you need your glucose levels regulated. It's like a total body thing, but it helps with your brain mostly. NMN. These are pills. Open the pills up. Put it in your 8-ounce glass. Don't put it in the. Okay, 2 of them. And then you need NAD plus with resveratrol. NMN, NMNH, also great for your brain. But open up 2 caps of each, put it in. So you got NAD plus with resveratrol. That's good for your skin. That's good for your hair. That's good for. All right. So you put those caps in there, and then if you get some D3 plus K, the new thing, add-ons, D3 plus K2, liquid form, put in an 8-ounce glass with caps, 2 squirts, B6, B12. You might as well get the liquid. If you get caps, then 2 caps in your 8-ounce glass. Blend it all up. Let me know what you think next week. Take 1 8-ounce, and mine is 16-ounce tumblers, by the way. But 8-ounce, 1 glass will do you a day, and go about your life. So you have the kale. You can also throw in spinach, kale and spinach. Kale's good for you as well. All over. There's some. All this does your body good. And there's lots of regulations going on in your body. So just so you know, there's been a few people that it's helped greatly. The doctors, after doctor hasn't seen a person after 2 months, and the person's been taking it 2 months. They rolled in. They had pseudo high blood pressure that they wanted to take pills for. They had glucose problems and levels, pre-diabetic scenarios. Doctor takes their stats, and the doctor gets the printout, and he's like, I don't know whatever you're doing, but whatever you're doing, you better keep doing it. And by the way, you don't need that pill, you don't need that pill, you don't need that pill no more, and see you in 3 months. Then after he saw him in 3 months again, then he says, see you in 6 months. So you can go study, ladies and gentlemen. I'm probably missing something because there's a list, but I think I gave you almost everything. All right, 4 hours. Haven't done a 4-hour one in a long time. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I'm going to wrap this up now. I love you guys, like I've been saying, and I appreciate your support all over the internet. And I hope to see you on Friday night at 9:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll talk some more. And with all that said, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. That's twice. And you know, it's hard out here, ladies and gentlemen. And since it is very hard out here, we're trying to help the OCs, ordinary citizens. That's you. I know 80% of you, 8 out of 10 of you in America are living paycheck to paycheck with anxiety. So all I can tell you is there is something you can do that you can make a little bit more money, but you're going to need disposable income. And one of those things is, like I said at the beginning, trading yourself, learn a skill. I have the Candle Bible in the chat room before. And if you need it again, I might as well put it in the chat room again because it's been almost an hour ago. So this is what traders do, and the stock market will never go away regardless of what happens. Even in the Great Depression, the stock market was still going. It was going down, but eventually it went down, it went a little up, but you can make money either way. So that gives you a way, if you learn to trade, you can do demo trading, so you can learn, but you can read this and do demo trading. So if you look through the chat room, you can see I put in the CoinEx link, which is a broker. Then you use the MT4 or MT5, that's M as in Mary, T as in Tom, that apps, and then you link your account to it, and you could use demo mode to test after what you learn. So just keep that in mind. So I will do this again. The Bible, Candlestick Bible, it's 168 pages, so don't be shy. You can just learn. Take your time, because anything worth doing, you have to learn. Okay? So there you go. I'll grow it for free. I'll give it for free. I grow it. I'll give it for free. Yes, Dr. Sebe, I am not familiar with his diet. Jonathan Rodriguez, nice to see you once again. Welcome to the SSN Nation. wealthy Wednesday night live stream, and this the healthy, wealthy Wednesday night live stream. Now, uh, I don't know. I don't know about Dr. Sebi. I've heard of him, but again, I don't. I'm not a doctor. I don't really. What I do is I do what most people should. So those ingredients that I told you, you should just go Google them, and then you can just easily see. You'll be like, well, what does this help with, right? And you could see all of the ingredients make a momentum. You're building something towards a momentum. You're cleaning your brain, you're cleaning your cells, you're cleaning a bunch of things that a body deteriorates on: inflammation, antioxidants, and then you're putting in necessary nutrients for your organs to use, your body to use. So then you'll be like, oh, and the other part is, and then you have to go and cross reference with, if you do take pills and stuff, then you find out, okay, is this something that is bad for me? But the majority of everything I gave you is not, because it's natural fruits and vegetables, right? So, I mean, it's based on, you're getting the vitamins and nutrients and everything from natural food products. You're not getting it from beef products, steroid infested products, or anything like that, right? So you just have to worry about pesticides. But I will have to check that out, Jonathan Rodriguez. I've heard of the guy before. I think they were saying he was doing good things. But then when you start coming to a cure all for everything, I saw him before, and I was like, I don't. I mean, saying he's doing this spectacular stuff, and then how do you really know? But it's just like anybody else. If you're in the business of natural health and trying to help people, and there's many people that's being helped, and then some medical professional comes in and goes, "Well, that doesn't work." You're looking at them like, it has worked. So that there is that's which is wild. My aunt has Alzheimer's. So when I was giving her, this is the ingredients that she gets. And so people were saying, oh, she doesn't know anything. Well, yeah, when you guys saw her and when she was around before, she would look at people with a blank stare, and she didn't even know who her husband was. And so after she starts doing the program, I talked about this on Monday. She's she's bedridden now because the Alzheimer's, did whatever. My uncle didn't realize what products that the wife can do, and so she put this together because it was of time of the essence, because we did see her like a year ago, but I went to my dad's birthday and we saw her, and she had this blank stare at that time, and we were like, is she okay? Because my uncle never really said anything. He's over there dealing with things and not wanting to tell anybody, and we're just like, what the heck? This is not. And people are telling him she has dementia, she has Alzheimer's. God, she's never going to be able to recover. I've seen nobody ever come back from all this nonsense. And I've been a trainer before, and people were, back in the day when I was a trainer in the gym, and people would say, "Oh, no, you got to do this, you got to do that," and tell people what they should eat and all this stuff. And yeah, there's a diet does matter, but the time and what they would tell people to do, spend 45 minutes to an hour in the gym and lift heavy weights and do all that, I would have people on a different program. And so then it started to be like this thing. They'd be like, oh, when somebody walked in, they would say, hey, who's the best trainer in here? After a while, people were like, oh, you got to go see Eric. And they'd be like, why? They're like, you won't believe it. It only took me like 2 to 3 months to get what you see me at now after I was 250 pounds. They'd be like, what? What did you just say right now? They're like, yeah, when a person's like 5'5" and weighs 250, and all of a sudden they see you 2 months later, and they're like, Yeah. And they're like, wait, you're like 150 now. What are you talking about? That's not possible. And how often do you work out? And they'd be like, what do you mean? It's like 45 minutes or less. They're like, that's not possible. And wait, you doing aerobics? They say no. They're like, okay, you're lying. Then they would say, okay, get this. Eric always writes a program. He's wrote a program for everybody that he's always taught, and the program is here. It's on the cards right over here. You can come check. Every day I mark off what I do so you can see how many months, how many times a week I come here. And you'll see he signs off to verify because every time I come in, and they're like, this is unbelievable. And they would start explaining to them off script that according to other people that they weren't lifting heavy weights. They weren't running around for 45 minutes, 30 minutes in every hour in the aerobics class. They weren't sitting there. They're just like, this is not possible. And I'm like, it's all possible because your body doesn't work on what you think it works on and what the industry tells people to do when they're working out. I said, you have to understand if you're sore, you've already ripped up your muscle or your tissue. Your body has to repair it. So if you're sore, you ripped it up, your body told you, oh, I hurt, I'm sore. Well, guess what? If you go back 2 days later or the next day, guess what just happened? You just tore up your tissue and muscles again. So now, in order for your body to repair it, how many days is it going to take? So while you're over there thinking sore is better, actually, you keep tearing up your tissue and muscles. It can't repair itself. So therefore, we can't progress. All them days you done wasted. Meanwhile, the guys that work with me, they get to progress because their tissues are repairing every other day and they're not on steroids, natural, and they're taking the necessary nutrients after they work out so their body can absorb all the necessary good nutrients. So now they get to improve faster than the guy who's there every day or every other day. Most of the time, you got to be there at least 4 times a week. But none of that hour long stuff, none of that hour and a half in the gym. Not happening. People are out 30 minutes to 45 minutes, depending on the day. So this is the same thing with your body. So I look at things differently. So what you put in does matter. And meat, certain like steak and everything, that a lot of people like steak and things like that, right? Well, think of meat as a very unsafe situation because if you don't know the source and you don't know if they stuck it with steroids or other chemicals to make it heavier so they can sell it for more money to whoever the butchers are, whoever the person that's taking the meat in to chop it, cut it, and sell it, then those chemicals that they put in there is in the meat source, which means it's going to be in your body if you eat it. And the second thing, if you eat steak, a lot of people go, I need protein, yada, yada, whatever. Eggs have protein, chicken, turkey has protein, fish, you can get protein from a lot of sources that doesn't F up your body. Steak, if you study how it works in your body, it actually, your body's working when you eat steak. So again, it's not really that good for you. And again, the source, you need to know is it shot up with. Steroids is not good for you or other chemicals to fatten it up. All right. So hopefully that gives you guys a little details on health is wealth. And people would say you never get sick. Well, when I used to work, I would use my sick days and always keep 2 sick days. Because let's call it what it is. A virus is a virus. You can get sick. But when your immune system is like a shield of protection, your sickness is sometimes mitigated. You can cough, you can have runny nose, but the thing is that doesn't stop you, right? You don't have to, you're not getting pneumonias, you're not getting other debilitating situations. Your immune system helps you. When your body can protect itself, it does. If it can't and you don't have the right immune system setups, then you're going to get sick more often. All right. Uh, Let me give you one last tip. Milk chocolate, forget about it. Dark chocolate, stay in that lane. Just saying. Dark chocolate, stay in that lane. Milk chocolate, don't stay in that lane. That would help you out a long way too. If you got to deal with chocolates, dark chocolates. Now, of course, everybody's talking about cacao, which, yes, it's true. That's dark chocolates, cacao, yes, good. Mushroom, coffee. Okay, you want your mushroom coffee? Good. Excellent. All right. Just so you guys understand where we're going with this. You can study everything I said. And good thing this is on video. Because everybody that watches this, they can actually go look up Google and be like, hey, there's some benefits here. That's right. All right. And natural too. Your body can absorb it naturally because you're eating it. Goes through your stomach lining. The one thing though, gluten. The more gluten-free products you use, the better. You have fibers in your stomach that needs to absorb these nutrients that your body needs. If your body's not absorbing the nutrients efficiently, now you can understand the breakdown. So when you're drinking all this, putting all this garbage in your stomach and it's gluten and it blocks these little fibers that can absorb the necessary nutrients, you're not going to be efficient. So start looking at gluten-free as well. Sure, everything's not gluten-free, but try. It goes a long way. Carbs is sugar. This is number one. Carbs are sugar, not good for your brains. Sugar is sugar. 1 gram pack of sugar is the package you see on the counter at a restaurant. That is 1 gram. So you can be horrified if all of a sudden you saw on the back of a can or anything and it says 9 grams of sugar per serving, not per whole package, per serving. And then you go, what's a serving? A serving is a 6-ounce portion. But wait a minute, this thing is 48 ounces. So if I got 2 servings, that's 18 packs of sugar in my body. Diabetes, ladies and gentlemen. Sugar on the brain, ladies and gentlemen. You keep doing all of that long enough, you have repercussions. But keep this in mind too, that a lot of people don't realize. After I have the 9 packs of sugar per serving, I look above that and I see carbs, carbohydrates. And all of a sudden I see carbohydrates say 12. Inside your body, carbohydrates turns into, ta-da, sugar. So that 9 packs of sugar, grams of sugar, and those 12 carbs is 21 packs of sugar per serving. I got 2 servings. I got 42 packs of sugar in my body from those 2 servings. And now, jittery, all of a sudden, I'm feeling hyped because your glucose level just shot off the roof. In about an hour and a half, you're going to be like, I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I don't know what's going on. Why is little Johnny falling asleep in his class? And why is little Johnny coming here all like, Disruptive in class in the morning because little Johnny took freaking 40 grams of sugar because he got a bowl of cereal. And then because you're taught to drink juice and it has 26 packs of sugar in it, 6 to 8 ounces, little Johnny got around 80 grams of sugar before he left home in the morning. By the time he gets to school, of course, little Johnny's disruptive. Susie's disruptive, want to talk, want to chit chat. And of course, before noon, little Johnny and little Susie crashing. They're like sleeping at their desks. There's a problem with your child. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you started it already. And you didn't even know it. All right, that's the health 45-minute hour. 45 minutes to an hour on health. The basics. Once you start realizing how much damage you're doing to your body from the get go by the food sources you're taking in. Oh, the sugar thing. Stevia. Stevia. Opt for stevia, plant based, instead of sugar. It does a body good. All right. Don't have the spikes. Don't have all that. Just saying. And that'll stop the diabetes. Think about this. You know, in minority families, black families, can you imagine Kool-Aid back in the day? 2 cups of sugar in Kool-Aid. Cups. Cups. 8 ounces. Not grams. Cups. And then wonder why there's a large percentage of blacks and minorities that have diabetes. Not hard to figure out. Think about it. Science and stats don't lie. People do. All right, let's go. That's it. I'll see you guys on Friday night. We'll have a lot more to talk about. Because I was talking about SSN Lifestyle brand that we have, it's been under the radar. And I was talking with the wife tonight about cacao because I was going to sit something to Professor Auntie Val and fam and say, hey, you need to add cacao, which dark chocolate. There's lots of benefits. And then I said, you know what? Why am I even talking about this? I think we need to make a line of coffee, teas, and make it, even though there's a million lines of it. I said it goes with the brand. I have a method to the madness, of course, because I'm going to create. I think I can get my coffee brand that I want, and then I want them to make it for what we're doing. All right, which is health. So I want health ingredients into the teas, into any coffee. So when I do coffee, I like hot chocolate, cacao. So I put cacao in coffee because coffee is actually good for your brain too. But I'm putting cacao in there, which is good for you. And the coffee is mushroom coffee. So you got the best of both worlds, right? So I said, why am I buying this stuff when we could just make it? So I was like, we're just going to make it. So that's what the SSN Lifestyle brand. But the deal is this. Once I do this, I'm going to set it up for the trust. So there'll be an LLC that the trust is going to benefit. Hopefully, my beneficiaries, the family down the line, will be able to still make money. Beneficiaries still get paid, just like the rich guys do. What can I say? So I have an added benefit for doing this. 2, for health. 3, for family, long-term heirs. Think about that while I'm gone. It's going to be wild. But anyhow, adding that into the mix. So just to give you guys an idea, that's going to be coming out. I haven't done anything yet. It just came up today. I said, wait, what am I doing? We could just do this ourselves. We already have manufacturing facilities. We already know where to get stuff. So why am I even messing around with this? And of course, the wife says, well, I'm not doing nothing. Okay. Okay. I was like, okay, you just source the raw materials then and just leave it up to me for the rest. Okay. So we'll be selling some health stuff on here. And by the way, what I told you guys earlier about the health items, we don't have that packaged up yet and no way to package it up because everything is not. I mean, I could put in, there's no way because I need the blueberries. I need even mixed fruit sometimes. So that can't be in a package blend already. I mean, it can be dried, yes, but that's not going to be good enough because the blueberries has to be at least 1 cup in the blender of blueberries. Get the natural ones if you can, organics, whatever. Get the cleanest ones, although, hey, if you can't, they're more expensive, then so be it. But you need a cup of blueberries in case I forgot that part. All right. 1 apple occasionally, or if you like apples, orange, banana. Banana's mandatory. Then you can add other things, lemon, whatever. Just you can change it up every now and then, right? Okay. Hopefully, I've helped out a lot more people tonight with the health add on, but I'll see you guys on Friday night. And you got the trading, the Bible, you got the CoinX. Yep, I see that. That's a broker for trading. You can get a demo account and then you download your MT4 or MT5 app on your, well, I guess you can do it on your phone or your computer, laptop, whatever, and you can start watching whichever, if it's crypto, if it's metals, if it's stocks, you can watch the candles as you learn the movement of candles. It's worth it because this is a something nobody can take away from you. And you can do this at your leisure, at your own time. It's all you. Nobody can stop you. Nobody's stopping any stock market on the planet because that's where the rich guys have to keep their wealth in the stock market and own companies and get free monies from governments and individuals who buy stocks. So just keep all that in mind. So this, if you get good at it, you'll be able to create a lifetime of extra streams of income. Or if you really get good at it, you won't need a job. All right. So take your pick. So I have the CoinX in the chat room. I have the Candle Bible, I believe. Yep. The download for that is in the chat room. So once again, you're all set. And with all that said, good night, ladies and gentlemen. And make sure, no matter what, you keep your head up. Keep moving. And I'm out.